Oh yeah, it's the White Stripes and 7 Army Nation. That is by the Rockin' 1000. What a great thing to do. 1,000 people coming together, rockers, and just jamming out to one song. Wow. That song just does it for me, man. I get to just do the mic drop, and that's all we got. Let me just get another song on here. I got the glasses on, of course, once again, to remind you that you are in a simulation. So welcome out, ladies and gentlemen, on this great Saturn day. Going to go into Sunday. Another episode of What's Your Question, number 39. 39 tied to Lucifer and the Light Bringer. What is the Light Bringer? Well, mass confusion pretty much on the world stage and what that means, because it's not what we've been told. Hope you watched my exit Decoded. Gives you a lot of stuff to go on. I have a lot of decodes I'm working on. It's been a while. I haven't put any content out. I've been on my green box detox with some of you out there around the world doing this green box detox. I got a lot of people involved. I was really surprised. So kudos to all of you that are on day number 8. And we're getting close to the halfway point. Cleaning the body, cleaning the temple, getting rid of the parasites. Just did a podcast. Big shout out to the Syncretism Society, my man Santos Bonacci and company over there. Danny's missing in action again, but he'll be back. Big shout out to Danny. But the Syncretism Society, please get over there, watch their podcast, support their channel, subscribe to the Syncretism Society. If you can swing it, become a member of the Academy, because it supports Santos, man. The guy has been doing this research for a very long time. And part of your donation from becoming a member of the Syncretism Academy supports what he's been doing for a very long time. And then all the instructors and all the great content you get. So big shout out to them. Big shout out, in no particular order, big shout out to my main man, Jordan, over at Waters Above Crypto. I have a podcast coming out with him. I'm gonna show some highlights here in just a little bit, but a big shout out to him, man. The world is a better place because Jordan from Waters Above is in it. And I got mad love for that guy because he's just a true gem. So hopefully you've been over there. Even if you're not a fan of crypto, I mean, he does his lives every Friday night, and those lives are not around cryptocurrency. It's around him telling you how he feels this reality works and how it functions and the machinations of it. And he's just a great voice. And why he's blowing up. You know, some people don't like me because I'm just really animated. I have a loud voice. I mean, I got Rahu in certain positions, why I have this. And so, you know, but he's got a very great voice, like soft, subtle, direct, and not a lot of people can get angry at that. So you could track some more bees. I'm more of a wasp. But nonetheless, get over and subscribe to Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto and get involved with his channel. Big shout out to Jason Brashears from Archaics. He is blowing up. It's so interesting, man. He's blown up, man. He's blown past my subscriber account. Good for him. He deserves it. When he came on the Syncretism Society podcast for the first time, he had like 9,000 subscribers. Now he's got over 31,000. Good for him. We're going to be doing up. I just emailed him yesterday because if you have not listened, go to his channel. If you have not listened to the last podcast he did with Jordan at Waters Above, please go listen to that. It was amazing. And I have some information I'm going to show you. I got a nugget out of there that blew me away. I'm going to be showing all of you some charts from the comparisons of what they were talking about, and it just added a huge layer to my decoding. So I'm excited. And it has something to do with the number 56. And if you've been paying attention, 56 means the movie. Okay? It means the movie. So I got some stuff coming out on that as well. Big shout out to Nigel and Harry over at Devil's Playground. I haven't done anything with those guys for a while. I've been invited to go back. I got to jump on with those guys and join in with them. But let me kind of, let me get into some of the comments. Let me say hi to everybody. This is in no particular order. Thanks everybody for joining tonight. I know this was a last minute, spur of the moment. It's been 3 weeks since I've come on. And I haven't really done any decodes as well. Excuse me. I have a little bit of a cough, by the way. I had gotten some kind of, I don't know, something. I had my air conditioner, the refrigerant was leaking. Not sure if that added to it. Just some really crazy stuff that's happened in my life. So if I have to pause myself and cough, that's one of the reasons why. Just so you know. But welcome out, everybody, man, on this great Saturn day. You could have been anywhere. You're here. Thank you so very much for all your support. I'm so grateful for your Patreons, your donations, those of you that have gotten readings. Man, I'm going to tell you, woo, there's been some heavy hitter people coming to me and getting readings. I'm talking, like I had just talked about this. Who was I talking to about this? Somebody. And I was saying, it's like, I was talking to my Green Box Detox group yesterday. I did a support conference Zoom call yesterday, and I was telling them that I personally feel that we may potentially see real superheroes on the world stage. They're walking amongst us now. Some of you are those people. You just haven't morphed into that yet. Because when I do readings for people, man, I'm doing readings for people that are some heavy hitters. Like got so much talent and potential to become very prolific on the world stage. And I'm really, because if we go from, comic books, 2D, paper, and then the comic books move to a movie, 3D. What's next? Well, it's this dimension right here, where really superheroes come to life. I think so. The natural evolution of mankind. So we're going to probably see that. And maybe you're one of them. You don't have to fly, wear, sunglasses. I'm going to take these off. Wear sunglasses. Woo, bright. Wear sunglasses or a mask or go fight crime or be a vigilante to be a superhero. You don't have to be that. But all of you have talents. Talents beyond what you do at your jobs. And that's not what you're here to do. Your job is not to come here and work behind a computer or, whatever it is that you do. So you got to figure out what your cause is, what you are, what your life path is, what your tarot cards are, what your cards of illumination are, what your numerology is, your life path, your soul contract, your heart's desire, your personality type, your Enneagram, your human design, all these beautiful layers, astrology. You got to figure it out. These things collectively, when you scrunch them all together, they tell a story. Not my story, they tell your story. And then you get to figure out like, wow, I got a pretty amazing life. Right. So I'd encourage all of you, decode yourself, man. Got a course. I still been saying I got my course coming out. Yes, it's still being worked on. I'm a turtle when it comes to this stuff. I don't do anything like a rabbit. I do everything turtle speed. And I'm just kind of following my script, as most of you know. And I'm going to show you once again, just here in a minute, how my life is scripted without a shadow of a doubt. And I would, and then this is just for fun challenge, because I have a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but I have some doubters and haters and people that just don't get it. And that's okay. I don't care. But I would challenge any of those people to prove me wrong on what I've been showing and what I'm going to show here just in a little bit. On the latest podcast that I did with Sean Atwood on his true crime podcast over in Britain. Got invited to do their podcast. It's ridiculous. And I mean, these guys would have to be in on the conspiracy, try to screw you over and mock you, pull the woolly over your eyes, all that fun stuff. All right, I'm just having fun here. So welcome out, everybody. We see some questions. What is the purpose of life besides just accumulating materials and experiences? To become the superhero. Become the superhero of your life. To become the star of your movie. That's the purpose of your life. If you believe that. See, the majority, the realism of life, folks. Here's the skinny mini on it, okay? The majority of people are not stars. Let's just be real and raw and authentic and keep it transparent here. The majority of people on the world stage, they're not stars. they're extras. Like in movies, when you go into Hollywood and you maybe go cast or you try to cast for a spot in a movie and you get the part, you're now the actor or actress. Well, they then have to hire, like if you watch a movie, you see all these scenes, people eating at a restaurant, those are all extras. That's the world. That's the majority of people. They're just sitting in the background and they're just filling space. Those are called, people would say, oh, the non-player characters. Those would be it. That would be the definition. See, this is what you want to be right here. This. If you have gotten out of the extra part and moved into the star part, congratulations. Now you are the star of your own. What does your movie look like? It's not going to look like mine. We may have similarities. We may be running parallels, but you want to be the star of your own movie, not the extra in somebody else's. Just remember that. Okay? I mean, how funny that this is the 17th card and the word earth equals 17 in numerology, which is an enneagram of heart. You got to be the star in your own movie. Most people are not. It's just the way this world works, folks. Not everybody is going to wake up. The majority of people are not going to wake up. Doesn't look that way anyway. Maybe I completely wrong. So let's get at some of these comments, and then I'm going to go right into some of these highlights that I have coming out here. Let me just say, so Kilt, sorry if I'm being negative. Don't apologize. Just be you. But you have a chance to change that. If you're being negative, at least you know you're in that negative space, and then what are you doing to change it? I realize circumstances happen in people's lives, and then it can be challenging. You're in a down slope. So rejoice. I'd be out celebrating if I was in a down slope, because that's the way to get out of it and to go back up in that upward trough. It's not going to last forever. Best thing anybody can do right now, if you're in a negative space, depressed, anxiety, stressed out, your life sucks, I don't like my life, decode yourself. Be selfish. Put some time into yourself. Be the devil. Figure out what the hell you're doing here. Turn off the Netflix and your favorite YouTube channels and turn that shit off and go start studying and decoding yourself. I put a free video out. 65,000 plus of you. Thank you, all of you, for watching it. Have watched that. It's my most watched video. It's an hour and 5 minutes. It's only an hour. Some people can't even get through that. I'm like, what? It's an hour. But at least you know that you're there, Kilt, the game. So if life is kicking your ass, you got to figure a way to get out of that. How's it kicking your ass? So write it down on a piece of paper. Write all this stuff out. There's things you can do. Go make a vision board. Start to change some of the habits that you're doing in life. You don't have to fight back. And then, obviously this temple, you're going to make sure you're drinking this purest water, eating the cleanest foods to keep your energy sources high as you possibly can. Do the best job you can feeding this. I mean, if you're negative and your anxiety, your life sucks and you're eating fast food, and that you're just killing yourself faster. You're contributing to your demise. So you got to fix that. All right. So let me, you need Manuka honey. It doesn't last long. That's the only problem with it. Okay. Let me show all of you really quickly. Okay. Let me show you the highlights of what we got going on here coming up. So on this coming Monday, 3 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. That would be 11 p.m. London time, I think, or 12. Jordan and I are coming together to do our 9th podcast. It's so funny because 9 is the repeater number. Here we are talking about the apocalypse. And what does this mean? It's the Great Awakening is what it is. It doesn't necessarily mean people aren't going to die and there's going to be a mass genocide or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure, folks. This is not about fear. This word is about waking up. That's what it means. And it's just interesting that we chose this date without August 1st is 81. 81's tied to the pineal gland. Pineal gland's tied to waking up. We didn't pick August 1st because of that. But I just saw it after the fact, as I always do. So we have this coming out. Make sure you tune in if you can. It will be a live podcast. It will be voices only. So relax, get a cup of tea, coffee, whatever, and sit back and enjoy our voices. I also have this coming out on August 2nd. Those of you that are advanced decoders, want to get into more than just using words to numbers, how to decode using sine and cosine waves. I'm going to do this live, Tuesday, August 7th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be late on London time, 12 or 1 a.m. It'll be 6 p.m. Central and 4 p.m. Pacific. So if you're interested in decoding, if you're a decoder and you want to go deeper, well, the sine and cosine waves, which is what makes up this reality, every number, every word has a frequency, a vibration. This is what it's all about. This right here. Okay, so these are the two things. We got the podcast on the 1st. We got the course on the 2nd. And, more content to come. But what I wanted to do is, in no particular order, let me show you a few things that I'm working on right now. I got this decode coming out. I'm not sure if I'm going to call it lukewarm decoded, but of course it's in line with my Prison Planet Decoded series. It's in line with my Exit Decoded. It's in line with my Reincarnation. But it's this Revelation 3 verses 16, which I feel the church has given you an interpretation that's, I'm not going to say it's wrong. It's given you an interpretation that is farther away from the truth. Notice that the word lukewarm, through the original Greek, where it came from, is a 21. And this is why I know for a fact, in my facts, in my truth, that the middle path is home. That's where you want to be lukewarm. You see, if you play out the hot or cold, you will be playing out duality. Okay? There's nothing wrong with going to a church, but if you put all your faith in that energy, you become hot. I'm just maybe cold, but just if you become hot. And then you create a symbiotic relationship with the devil who's down here. And now you're playing the game of yin yang. So I feel if you want to get out of this game, and there may not even be a way out, folks. This is purely theoretical. If there is a way out, it's lukewarm, which is, the average perfect temperature, 74 degrees Fahrenheit. 74, 7.4. That's your blood pH. 7.3, 7.4. The word enter is 21. You enter the game right through the middle path, which means neutrality. Neutrality. Okay, so there's just one right there. I came out with this decode, just this one slide many, many weeks ago when this thing was hot and heavy. I think I had showed this in my last one, but it's worth showing again, and the dismantling of this. Why? Because you see the energy that has been collected over the years at this location, once it gets dismantled, that energy goes somewhere. Something collects it. That's how magic works. So the energy was in this region of Georgia, Elberton, Georgia, since 1980. And it stayed there. And everybody that focused their attention on these guide stones gave it their energy. Whether it was love energy, a lot of hate energy. The hate energy is very powerful. And anybody that contributed to giving hate energy to the Georgia guide stones, once it was destroyed on July 6th, that energy ends up going somewhere. And what you'll notice is the opening date and the dismantling date forms the number 22 and 6, which is the 226, but the big heavy hitter was the days in between the calendar, not using the years, but the days. It's pi, which is what we all live out. So the energy stayed within the constructs of this self-contained system called life, and it was through pi. And that 106 is going to be tied to the element palladium, which is the number 46. The eye of providence is 46. 46 is how many chromosomes we have. There, I could go on and on with the 106. Days of creation, 1 through 6. But the other big takeaway was the element Ra, the 22 and the 6, the opening and the dismantling date, bringing these together. And it's the weight of Ra, the average. Ra, the sun god, the 88 protons. And if you add up 88 and the weight of 226, you're going to get 314. And then the other big takeaway was bringing the 106, the days in between the opening and dismantling in the string of pi, it's the 111. Okay, these are all things that, most people are not paying attention to. They're just cheering that Georgia Guidestones got taken down. And they don't even realize the energy that they're giving into cheering is actually feeding it as well. Better off not paying any of attention to it at all. Like, I'm showing you this in neutrality. I don't really care. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm just an observer showing you the code, the tour guide here. Not really interested in getting on any rides at this point. So we have that right there. And then we have, there we go, Sean Atwood. I just did this podcast with this YouTube channel, Sean Atwood, and I got invited to do it many weeks ago. Finally got on, and they're like, we want to talk about the simulation theory. All right, cool. And we ended up talking about Elon Musk. That's why and so I have it right here. And they just edited it because they do like a string of people, and then they edited it, and then they put me in here by myself. And the timestamp was absolutely comical. 30 minutes. Now, you got to keep in mind now, are these guys on in the conspiracy to try to screw you over? To try to get one over on you? Because what I'm about to show you, folks, I don't know how else you would describe this. 30 minutes and 5 seconds was the total amount of time for this podcast. And then you go right here. And the word simulation. This is what we're talking about. 35. Keep in mind, my birthday, February 4th, is on the 35th day of the year. And then just little subtleties when I pulled it up. You see the 22 and 11 right there? And then what the comedy for me was just right below was the JW, and it's right below. And I was a former JW for 16 years. I was born into it till 16. And then some auto subtleties, 700 and 1,000 subscribers. 71 is Lucifer, the Lightbringer, which runs the simulation. You see? So do you think these guys are trying to pork you? Who created this right here? You think Sean Atwood's trying to get you, trying to mock you? No, folks. You see, this is the source code. This is what's controlling mankind, controlling these people. To get how coincidental to get it exactly at 30.05, and simulation is 35. Even 30's demiurge. 30 is tied to the element zinc, which goes down in the hole, down the chimney. I could go on and on, folks, with this. But you can't make this up, and this is absolute proof that we are living in a scripted, controlled simulation, this reality. That's exactly what this is talking about here. So that's what I got. That's all I got. Let me go back to you guys and gals. Whoops. All right, bam. So there you go. So that was my little intro, my preview podcast coming up. Georgia Guidestones. Just have fun, folks. We're living in a scripted freaking reality. That Sean Atwood podcast, I laughed when I saw it. They just released it. I can't wait because he told me that Sean, because I didn't get interviewed by Sean. I got interviewed by Andrew, I think, Andrew Gold. But the producer came back and he said, Sean was so intrigued by the simulation stuff, he wants to bring you back on, just me and Sean, which draws a lot of people. So I'm honored. I wish I could bring on some other people at the same time, but nonetheless, you can't deny what I just showed you. It's the 35. That's it. It's just funny, man. It's just hilarious. I'm telling you. That's right, kill. There is absolutely no mocking. If you're following any decoder that's telling you there's mocking going on, I would highly suggest eliminating that person from your decoding world. not saying they're wrong. I'm not going to say that. But you're getting watered down results. See, I'm not even into debating, but I mean, I would go head to head with anybody. My stuff versus theirs. Anytime. But I won't because I'm not into debating because it's very negative. But I would be into it totally if I was using my ego more and, I was like trying to play the game as much. I just don't care anymore. I'm waiting for whatever's going to happen. And I wait with open arms. I wait with no expectations. I'm just waiting. But at the same time, I'm creating. I'm having fun with this reality. Because that's what it is. It's a big amusement park. This reality to me is not real, ladies and gentlemen. What I mean by that not being real is that mankind is an experiment. We are in a movie. We're theater. We're all playing out our part. We're actors and actresses. Something outside of this reality is watching us. So that's right. Next time you masturbate, just remember you're being watched. You're not alone in the room in the dark and there's no one around. Something's watching you. I promise you. That's a fact. I do not have a Discord group. I have a Telegram group. I'll have to try to. What I'll do is I have a Telegram group. It's very small, a couple hundred people, maybe almost 300. Strictly for decoding. There's no posting nonsense crap. It's all focused on decoding. It's very strict. I will put that in the comment section of this. I'll pin it to this once I finish with this presentation, with this transmission, and you'll be able to click on the Telegram group and you'll be able to come join. All right. That's right. Masturbate. Master. The master's watching you bait. I'm telling you folks, man, you ain't masturbating without anybody watching. You can close all the windows and shades you want. You can be as quiet as you want. You can turn off the lights and go into pitch black. You are not alone. So maybe you'll think twice before doing that again. Yeah, you're being watched. It's the eye in the sky. It's not Big Brother. That's right, Rockwell. Somebody's watching me. I was decoding that song. Keith, are you able to notify when you go on Clubhouse again? Yes. Big shout out to Magic's, the Mystery School. Go on Clubhouse. Excuse me. Mystery School. If you're a fan of Clubhouse, great platform. Go to Mystery School. Sign up, well, not sign up, but go become a member of the Mystery School. So the great magic over there, Magic Maker. Jordan and I were going on there, and I got to reach out to him because he's like, hey, anytime you want to do another room, create another room, I'll do it for you. So I gotta do that again. Another one. I was considering maybe talking about reincarnation. I think that it's like a really big topic. So thinking about doing that. So yes, I will be doing another one, and I think he'll probably market it and stuff like that. We are on the Truman Show, Lisa. Abso-friggin-lutely. We are inside a movie. You're in it. I have another decode coming out called Limelight by Rush. The great band Rush off their eighth album, The Eight, which is what the pattern the sun makes and the moon. It's called Moving Pictures. What does a movie do? What does the film do? It's moving pictures. That's what a video is. Moving pictures. The eighth album off the great band Rush, and they have the song called Limelight. Limelight. Light is when light comes into the eyes, it's the color of lime. That's the first color we see, like a yellowish green color. Limelight. Living in the limelight. At the end, it's called the universal dream. I'm decoding that. Game stopper. End of story. You're in a movie. Stop giving your energy to their movie. Their movie's going to fall. They've had their run. They've had their run. Not interested in their movie anymore. I'm kind of bored of it. You know? I'm not into like dirty laundry and the news, and people like to get their fix with that stuff. If I'm going to be used, I want to be used with nature. You know, I mean, I use the tough part for me, contradiction-wise, is I love my technology. This is not nature. This is a step down, a fractal down. We are here to recreate, absolutely, procreate. The game needs players. Just remember that, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here, realize this game that we play, it wouldn't be here unless you were here. The game needs players. Squid Game. Go that movie, that show. Pfft. The old man at the end. We didn't even know. A spoiler alert. There's an old man in there. He's the creator of the game. He ends up playing the game. It's a game of death. And at the very end, he says, there's more fun playing than watching. Yeah, it's telling you, folks, whatever created this reality comes down here and plays out the game. That's what it does. It can be anybody, anytime, anywhere, any place, whenever it wants. Anytime. Jeffrey, yeah, Law of One material. Law of One material is great. So a huge proponent of Law of One material, David Wilcock. A lot of people don't like David Wilcock. He's okay. It's interesting. Law of One material is Ra. And Ra just could be Saturn. Ra could be Saturn, folks. That's what I think it is. I think Ra is Saturn. And, Law of One material is, you got to be 50. The simple thing is Law of One, 51% service to others and you'll graduate. 51%. And you'll graduate. And, think about how much in the world are people really service to others? 51%. Nope. So the Law of One material, if you believe in it, if you like that theory, again, folks, a big thing to consider, if you're a fan of Archaics and Jason and his work, and is that, and I'm going to show you some stuff on his podcast with Jordan and something I found. I'm going to show you guys that in a little bit, but he says, his opinion is, you got the collective consciousness, which is, it's a powerhouse. You will not move it. You won't change it. Don't think you're going to go in there and make some change by jumping into the game and blowing your horn and protesting it. You ain't changing it. It's too powerful. It's too big. So you step outside of that and say, forget that crap. Forget your movie. I don't want to play your movie anymore. I'm not even a star in that movie. I'm just an extra. If you go into the movie, the construct of the major consciousness on this world stage, if you go into politics and all that stuff, the chances of you becoming a star in politics are very slim to none. So you're just going to be an extra. No one knows you. Then if you're just like somebody who's like, yeah, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat, you're just an extra. You're not. Nobody knows you. You're never going to be a star in that movie. So Jason from Bashir's does a great job. He says, that's the collective. You ain't going to move it. You ain't going to change it. Forget about that junk. Focus on your movie. Focus on your Taurus field. That's Santos says. And then you make your Taurus field bigger, and then you will end up attracting like-minded individuals like we have here, and everybody will join together. These are the groups that we need to clump together. And the more we do that and not give that our energy, the collective, the bigger we become, the more powerful we become. And then we don't have to do anything about their movie will end up collapsing because we're in a cycle. Utopia. What do I think about people with crystalline DNA? I've never met anybody with that stuff, but that's a great point because we were talking Roberto with the Toltec wisdom and just a gem of a guy. Wow, what a smart dude. Younger guy, man. But he was talking about moving into the crystalline state. What would that look like? Well, to me, you'd have to shed this body because this ain't crystalline. And then you'd move to nirvana, getting out of the samsara wheel. All that, getting rid of all your dharma. That's all I know about that. What's up, John from Providence, the great state of Rhode Island? Do I feel decoding through alchemology gives the clues to our bloodlines going back to ancient days? Even though I love alchemology, I'm finding there's several ways to do it. You can do it with the total outcome number. You can do it with the individual numbers. You can do it with the average weights. You can do it with the most abundant weights. And then you can do it with the rounded versions. For instance, lithium, the third element, has an average atomic weight of 6.94, but it's heavy to the right, the 9.4. So you'd want to get rid of the 4 and you'd have 6.9 for lithium, which represents pi. Pi is 6.9, which is yin yang. But then the most abundant weight of lithium is 7.016. So you could use that one. And you just eliminate the 1.6 and you'd have the 7, right? So there's several ways to do this with alchemology. I just don't think there's just one surefire way to figure it all out. It's just too complicated. That's just my current understanding of this. It's just, you can't figure it out with just one layer. Even with the sine and cosine waves. Even though I think the sine and cosine waves are a big part of figuring this reality out. To really see it for what it is. Because it all comes down to frequency. Somatics, sound frequency. We live in a magnetic and electric universe, audio and video. Santos talked about this last week, audio and video. Sound and light together make up this reality. And it's all based on waves and frequency. That's what it's all about. How is raw Saturn? Joy's asking. Well, because Saturn's not, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a decoder, okay, this is just my opinion now. I feel the best way to decode is to get as close as you can to the original word. And the original word is not Saturn. The original word is Chronos. And Chronos in the Greek is spelled with a K. So you got to start using closer to the source decoding methods, I think. And one of the outcomes is the number 88, which is the protons of Ra. Ra is the sun god from the Egyptian times. Now, because it's been said that Saturn or Chronos was the ruler of the Golden Age. And it's also been stated, from the things that I've researched, Saturn was the god of the Golden Age, and then Ra was the sun god of ancient Egypt. And ancient Egypt was the Golden Age. Purely theoretical, purely opinion, but a very good possibility. There's more to it than just that. Saturn is the seventh day of the week in Judaism. Absolutely. It's the Sabbath. Saturn is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, by the way, because, the word harvest equals 26. The word Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh equals 26. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is the ancient Israelite god of the Bible. And absolutely. Which could end up being Yaldabaoth. Have I decoded magnesium? The mineral. I have not. Just what I use with the 12, magnesium being the 12th. Magnesium is a very important element in our lives, helps people sleep. It's got most abundant weight of 23.9, and then the average is 24.3. So it's got, you see these numbers, they'll encroach. 23 will become 24, 24 will become 25. The planets of the chakras. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think the chakras are the so below. Lisa Valentine. Jordan in the house. We have Waters Above Crypto in the house. Give him some love. Please, again, go subscribe to his channel, man. That dude is a gem. And remember, he's born on 3:16, Revelation 3 verses 16. Lukewarm is the way to win the game of life, I feel. Jordan shows that. Love is allowing. He's all about, just being the observer and being a content creator in the space of observing, not judging either side, realizing either side. Like the shark and the fish, they both swim in the water. One's a predator, one's the prey. Which one do you like better? Well, you're probably not a fan of a shark if you see it in the water and you're out there. But maybe a little fish you won't get scared of because it's not a predator. But both of them have their play in the ecosystem that we live in. So Jordan in the house. Give it. Go watch his last podcast yesterday. He came out. It was awesome. His last live. And please go watch his. You have to go to Archaic's channel, Archaic's on YouTube. But his last YouTube podcast with Jordan was spectacular. So please check it out. Is that Courtney Caplet in the house from Massachusetts? What's up, Court? If that is, long time. If that's the Courtney I know. Courtney, if this is the Courtney that I think it is, Courtney is one of the reasons why I moved to Los Angeles. It's because of her. I moved to, the first place I lived in Los Angeles was in Pasadena on Daisy Avenue in Pasadena. And Courtney was one of the reasons. Courtney and Mark. If that's who's here, that'd be funny. The solar system is an atom, 1,000%. It is definitely an atom. What's up, Ben? It's all good. No need to apologize. I get it. You got life, man. Things are going on. It's all good. Am I familiar with Udo Erasmus? I do not know who that is. Angel of Light. Magnesium is Leo. Well, I'm not sure how you came up with that. Leo the lion is actually boron, because boron is the fifth element. Leo is the fifth zodiac sign. The next element that would represent Leo is actually, I think it's 13. Yeah, argon, 18, which is tied to the Christ. Let's keep going with some of your comments. Hey, what's up, Kevin Kirtland, Pasadena. Hey, Kevin, by the way, I'm coming to LA on the 24th of August. I would love to do a freaking live presentation at that same spot in Burbank that Santos did his at. I don't know if you could make it happen, but that would be cool. If we could get 50, 100 people and do a live, that would be sick in LA. Like maybe the first week, August. I get in August 24th, so like maybe through the beginning of September. I leave LA around the September 7th or something like that. So in between there would be cool to do. I mean, I don't know if you could do it, but just throwing that out there. So nice to have you here. Red Rose, what do I think about the Philosopher's Stone and the story behind it? Well, I think it's not what people think it is. Because I don't think that alchemy is... Me and Jordan were just discussing this. lead to gold is not actually turning base metals into gold. Now, that there may be something to that. Maybe somebody's done that. But the whole point of it is the transmutation of the soul, of this. It's all about living. It's all immortality is what it's all about. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Yeah. Awakening of the Phoenix. Phoenix is 36. Christ is 36. Jesus Christ is 36. Operating as an operating system is 36. I got 4 phoenixes tattooed on my arm before I ever knew what all this stuff meant. My parents, when I was a young kid, had a Pontiac Phoenix. No kidding. 1974 or 75 or so, or 78. Silver one of all colors with red interior. Part of my script. Well, Ben, if there's nothing to worry, Ben, everything's all scripted, brother. So there's folks, if you meet somebody in life and that you feel like that person's not going to show up again, they weren't supposed to. Like the whole thing is, if you knock on the door and it doesn't open, it wasn't your door. So if someone shows into your life and then they disappear, they were supposed to. Don't sweat it. Someone will come in. It's a revolving door. Someone will come in there and they'll replace that person and you'll get what you need. You'll always get what you need as part of your script. For sure. Jordan wants to do Jordan's podcast number 10, Lead into Gold. I whatever, man. You get to pick the topic, brother. I get this one. I got this one because you got number 8. So we're going to do, folks, we're going to name it Zombie Apocalypse. That's what we were talking about. We were laughing, having a good time like we always do. But I'm like, let's just name it Apocalypse. So we just show, you know why I really just have Apocalypse there? Because the graphics, it would have been too much wording. So I really wanted to put Zombie Apocalypse there because I knew, it would be a big draw. But Apocalypse is good enough. But the zombie apocalypse, what does it mean? What does it mean to be in a zombie apocalypse? Well, try to tune in on Monday for the podcast, the live that Jordan and I are doing at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you miss it, it's going to be recorded. So you'll be able to check it out. Your mom had a Firebird, Christy. I love it. Folks, that's the thing. You could decode anything and everything about your freaking life, man. What was your high school mascot? Where's your school located at? What's the address of your school? What's the numerology of the address of the school you went to? How many kids did you graduate with? Total in your high school, in your 12th grade class? You ever look at that? It's part of your code, part of your script. What was the first car you ever bought? Decode the numerology of that. What year was it? What's the current license plate on your car? Decode that. All these things are part of your reality. The more you're willing to look, the more you're going to find. Trust me. Yeah, man, Brentwood. You might not get what you want, but you get what you need. I was just decoding that song by the great band Rolling Stones. I think they came out with that thing in 1968 or something crazy. But I was decoding that song because that song came on was some movie I was watching. And it was in the beginning or show. And it caught my attention. So if you get rid of your wants, you see, Buddha says the root of all suffering is expectations. Get rid of your expectations, no suffering, right? I mean, you limit it anyway. You're going to limit your sufferings. Clementine, how do I decode myself if my memory's shit? You just need to go look at your charts. Plug in your charts for astrology. How to decode yourself. Go on my channel. Go to the home videos. The featured video is my How to Decode Yourself. It's an hour and 5 minutes long, 10 different ways to do it. Show you step by step. I have a course coming out that's going to be even easier to do it. It's going to be the most advanced course I feel anybody's ever come out with. I stand by that because no one's ever come out with what I'm about to show you. Because you are a snowflake. You are a superhero in your own right, in your own mind. You got to figure out what that is. You know, there was a show back in the 1980s I became very fond of. I watched it a lot growing up. It only ran for 3 seasons. It was called The Greatest American Hero. And it was about a guy who was visited by aliens. They gave him this superhero suit. And he lost the instruction manual on how to use it. So he was just like, he hooks up with this detective. He's fighting crime, but he can't land right. He's crashing through buildings, but he's still fighting crime. Trying to figure it out. And that's exactly what I feel the human being experience is all about. You got to figure it out. You ain't going to figure it out by the programming. See, your parents, they did the best they could. Your brother and sister, your mentors, your teachers, but they were teaching you from their code. It's not your code. So you have this melting pot of code that's not yours. You need to eliminate that code and focus on your code. And any of you that have kids, man, you should be decoding your kids. And then you'll be able to parent your kids better because you'll have a deeper understanding of how they show up in life. That's what I would do if I was a parent. I'd be decoding my kids all the time. Turning them into little superstars. Little cheat sheet, man. You'll see what they gravitate towards. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? They'll tell you because they believe in magic. Have I done a Shining Star? Have you done a Phoenix decode? I have all the slides lined up. I just haven't done it yet. So it's on the way. And it includes the 72 angels and demons. If you go look at the Shemhem, for however that word is, can't even pronounce it. The 72 angels and demons, go to angel and demon number 36. I got that included. It's just fascinating how all of this connects. Phoenix, and then the demon that's associated with that. And it's just the yin yang. That's all it is. It's Darth Vader and Yoda. It's the Force sliding back and forth. I'm telling you, Mary. So you decode your high school, man. I'm telling you, folks, it's all. I don't even have it here. I put it in my. I was going through some of my papers, some of my personal papers. Put it, and I have a safe now, right, in my place. They put it in the wall. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take the papers out and put it in my safe. So I was going through my papers and I found my birth certificate. And I'm like, okay, here's some more stuff I need to decode. So like, I'll just extend this to all of you. What was your birth weight when you were born? How many pounds and ounces were you? That's part of your code. What address? Like my birth certificate had an address of where my parents lived. What address they put down when I was born? I decoded that. Found another nugget. The doctor who signed the paper, another piece of my code. All of these things are part of your script. Especially the pounds and ounces. It's just funny, man. I'm telling you, folks, this reality is ridiculous. You can also, I want to do a video on this, but you can decode your social security number. Part of your script. I don't know if you know this or not. This, I'm going to give you an example. This is how ridiculously scripted my life is. I'm just doing this off of memory, so I'm going to do the best I can. So those of you that have a social security card, you can take the card and flip it over on the back. And there'll be a number there. And that number, you can look it up online and you can figure out what Federal Reserve Bank it's connected to. So I did that with mine. And mine was connected to St. Louis, Missouri. And St. Louis, Missouri is the state or the city that has the 314 area code. And my last name is Payette. Now, I don't know how much more scripted I can be and show people, for me personally, that even my freaking social security card is tied to St. Louis, Missouri. And the social security card, supposedly this is where you're gonna be traded on the stock exchange and you're a bond. But mine is tied to St. Louis, Missouri, which is the city that has the 314 area code. And my last name's Pi. Come on, seriously? So what I did was, just about 4 months ago, changed my phone number. What do you think I changed for the area code? 314. Why did I do that? Because I want to get in tune with my code. That's why. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the first 3 digits of my social security number is 049. What is 49? Down in a hole. Down in a hole is 49. First 3 numbers of my social security number is 049. Down in the hole of Pi we go. That's my life. So anybody that tells me, oh no, my life's not scripted, you're full of shit. Of course your life's scripted. I can show it to you. 30 minutes or less. I thank you for the kilt. Thank you so much. People say, St. Louis, you're welcome in my home. I appreciate that, man. I would love to come and visit all of you. I was considering moving to St. Louis. I'm like, maybe I need to move to St. Louis to really get more in tune with my code. Because I got Pi in my last name. It's just funny, man. I'm telling you, man. Just the stuff I see, it's funny. Yeah, and let me tell you. I want to tell all of you this. So I got this 575. Was it 575? I cannot remember how I came up to this conclusion. But I have Verizon, my US number. And I had gotten this message via text from Verizon just a few weeks ago telling me that there was an overlay to the St. Louis, Missouri area code. They are now putting I think it was 575. Let me see. Let me check. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Area code. No, it's not 575. Damn it. It's it was, let me see. Let me just tell all of you here at Verizon. Damn it. 557. So I had this text come in. Yeah, 871. So I had this text come in. And Verizon says that the number, the area code 314 is now going to be overlaid with this 557 area code. And I was like, okay. I thought my number was changing. But nonetheless, it was just being overlaid, right? So now there's a 557 area code in St. Louis. So when I added these numbers up, 314 plus 557, I got 871. And if you know what that number means, it's tied to Yaldabaoth. Now, what I'm about to tell you is something that's very abstract, okay? But when I decoded Pi parts 1 and 2, I showed in there that the levels of Pi, the frequencies of Pi, perhaps are ruled by Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge, which just could be light. But it's just really weird because for some reason it's tied to this address in St. Louis, Missouri, 411 Locust Street, which is the Federal Reserve Bank that my social security number is tied to. 411. And there's, folks, let me just tell you, it is mind freaking blowing what I found. And there's just so much information. I would never get, I have so many things to do. I've been inundated and hammered with this information. It's just crazy how much information I get, the downloads. I can decode each and every one of your social security numbers. I can tell you what your numbers mean. You get your 3 digits, your 2 digits, and your 4 digits. John Steele, what do you feel the runs? Okay, so here's my current level of understanding. John's asking, what runs the phi golden ratio? So my current level of understanding is phi is tied to the third eye, which is the entry point to this reality. The enter, the yoni, the Virgin Mary, right here. And when light enters, it goes down in a hole, and the hole ends up becoming pi. So phi and pi together work as a unit, as a team, which become 4.75. And if you shorten that, it's 4.7. What is 4.7? Tetragrammaton. When you say 47, it equals 47 in numerology. It's tied to the element silver, the most electrical element on the periodic table. So you have light that comes down, and it becomes the most, it teams up with the pi, and it teams up with silver, and silver is the most electrical element on the periodic table out of them all. So think about that. We live in a magnetic and electric universe, and pi and phi together make up silver. Silver's on the flag of the Vatican, one of the keys. Brentwood, I think the message of Pi, the movie, is a discovery of the same thing. Which Pi movie? Are you talking about the one with the tiger? I already decoded some of that already. I haven't done, I had started the decode of Logan's Run. I did. I started decoding it. Came out in 1973. Of course, the year I was born. 73 is, anytime you ever see 73, it's tied to our blood pH. 7.3 is the blood pH. 7.3, 7.4. There's always going to be two numbers pairing up. 73 and 74. 73 is tantalum, king tantalum. 74 is wolfram, which is tungsten. Those two. 73 and 74. And 73 and 74 on the calendar, on the Gregorian calendar, is March 14th, which is Pi Day. 73 is the common year. 74 is the leap year for March 14th, which is Pi Day. 73 plus 74 is 147. 147. So you get a hierarchy of the 47. The 100 is going to be tied to that show, The 100, the fallen angel story. They come down to inhabit the earth. Peach Gematria, have I read the raw material? Yeah, I've read the raw material. It's good. It's one of the better outcomes. If you win the game and graduate, you'll move to the 5 density. Well, we don't even know what that looks like. Sounds good to me, though. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we are all theorizing on what could possibly happen. All I do know is make sure you check off the list that you're being a good person. You're not being a dick. You know? Make sure you check off that list. Check it off. Like I'm 51%. And you should be more than that. Service to others. Help people. Check. Take care of your temple. Check. Eat more alive foods. Take care. Check. These are the things that I think you need to check off the list to make sure that you'll graduate. That's my opinion, though. Yeah, I'm sure that Jordan and I will talk about and I'll save this. So Joy's saying, this is the year of the Black Tiger. When you look to astrology, folks, so easy to see stuff. So easy to see stuff. Let me show all of you right now. Let me get a few. Do you guys want to see what I'm about to show you? I have some astrology I'm going to show you on September 11th. Okay, I'm going to show you how astrology is exactly going to tell you why it happened. You guys want to see this? I'm going to show you a comparison of two astrology charts. And it's based off of the great podcast that Jordan and Jason from Archaics just did the other day. The nugget that I got from that. Whoo! Joy Henning, have I heard about the Euphrates River have angels tied to the bottom? I have not. No. Crypto Angie, how do we find the area code from our social security number? You got to look on the back of the social security number, and then there's going to be a number there. You got to look that number up, and I'll have to do a video on it. And then that number will tell you what Federal Reserve Bank you're attached to, what bank you're being traded out of, so to speak. And then you can figure it out. Yeah, there's a lot of rivers almost drying up. We were just talking about this, the podcast with Santos. The Lake Mead in Vegas is almost dried up. Yeah, Clementine, I'm going to have to do a video on anybody that's interested in the whole Social Security thing, I'm going to have to do a video on it because I found it from somebody else, but I verified it. It is, from what I found in doing these steps, like I said, I'm using myself as the example, how crazy scripted my life is. Of course, I'm tied to the 314 area code in St. Louis is the bank I'm being traded at, or however that looks. It's just ridiculous. There's something with St. Louis. Something with it. I have not been able to figure it out. Something with St. Louis. That, of course, yeah, the gateway to the west, the arch. There's something to St. Louis, Missouri, folks. I have not figured it out yet, but there's something to it. St. Louis, by the way, Missouri is the only state that has two main Federal Reserve banks, one in St. Louis and one in Kansas City. The only state out of them all. It's the show me state. Yeah, you guys got flooded in Vegas. I heard about that. Some of the casinos flooded, and my dad was just telling me that. I'm like, I didn't even know. I got one of my best friends living in Las Vegas. I used to live there. I'm going back in September for a little bit. I'll be in Vegas for a little bit in September. Those of you that are in Vegas, I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing, but all right, let me just show all of you really quickly. Let me see. Let me pull this up. Show you how ridiculous astrology is with the way our world works. Let me make my cursor a little bit bigger. So if you're a fan of astrology, if you're new, I'm going to try to walk you through this, but all right, okay, so here we go, folks. Here we go, display capture. All right, so this chart right here, this is kind of a chart I use to do my readings. And it's just, visuals are very, very important. But what you're seeing is this chart right here to the left. And again, thank you to Jordan and Jason from Archaics on their great podcast the other day, because this is how I found this. This chart right here, right above this, is July 28th, 1945. This day on the calendar was when this military airplane crashed into the, at the time, tallest building in the world, the Empire State Building. It crashed between floor number 78 and 80. I think I actually have, let me see, do I have? Right here. Yeah, here it is. So this is what I found from Jason from Archaic. So big shout out to him and Jordan. So he said that history repeats itself. And he said, in 1945, the Empire State Building was the tallest building. I didn't even know this. And then this B-25 bomber crashed into the Empire State Building between floor number 78 and 80. And if you know those numbers, 78, 79, 80, that's gold, and 80 is the tree of life. Okay, if you know what you're looking for. And it happened on July 28th. Okay, this hole right here. That's got pictures and so he says, then you fast forward to 2001, September 11th, and a similar situation happens. The World Trade Center, which ends up becoming the tallest buildings in the world, a plane crashes into those buildings. Now, I'm not here to debate whether or not there was a plane or a missile, or the story is the same. So I decided to look at the astrology of these. So on the left right here is July 28th, and here's September 11th. And I'm going to show you the power in astrology if you're a doubter of astrology. And what I'm using here is the Vedic, the sidereal. I can use the tropical. It's going to show you a little bit of a different situation, but nonetheless, you'll have the same outcomes in different formats. So let me zoom in and show you right here. So the most important thing to look at right here, in my opinion with this, is this position right here. This right here, at almost the top of the chart, is you have this little icon right here. Let me zoom in. This one right here is called Rahu. And then you got Saturn right next to it. You got Rahu, which is the black sun, which is the great malefic. And then the opposite, of course, you have Ketu down here. And it's in Sagittarius. So this is the dragon's tail. And it starts here and the Kundalini rises up. And it breaks through here. Okay? So if I come over to the September 11th chart, what do we have? Same freaking outcome. We have Rahu in Gemini. It's just on the other side. But this time the moon's there, Saturn's right there hanging around, and you got Jupiter there, and then of course Ketu's down here. Now the interesting part about September 11th is Gemini is the two twins. The twin towers came down on that day. Right there. And down here at the bottom, you see these little smaller pieces. These are called nakshakras. I am a huge fan of these. They're kind of like the micromanagers of the zodiac. They each are ruled by a deity, and they are very accurate. And so Ketu, the dragon's tail, where the Kundalini starts to rise, is in this nakshatra called Mula. And Mula is the planting of a seed or removal and replanting of a seed. So think about that. What happened at the World Trade Center? They were removed and then a new one was planted. That's right here. It's the starting point of that. And then you even have Mars right there. Exactly almost at the same degree as Ketu. Mars, the god of war. Right here. In the 9th house, which is endings and completions. And the Kundalini starts here, and then it rises up, and it comes through the dragon's head, which is Rahu. Right here. And ladies and gentlemen, it's in this nakshatra called Ardra. The number 6th nakshatra. It's in this one, the September 11th, and it's in this one, which happened in 1945. The plane crash into the Empire State Building. Same spot. Now, what is Ardra? Well, if I go to my handy little nakshatra teller here, here's Ardra. What does it say about Ardra? What does it mean? Demolition. Destruction, discarding objects. You see? Tearing down structures. You see what I'm saying, folks? Now, I'm not saying that the people that end up carrying out these events are not playing by these rules. They may consciously become aware of them. But I'm not conscious. I wasn't consciously aware of some of the astrology stuff in my life, but then I go back and I look at it and I'm like, it's all scripted. That's what this is showing here, folks. And this is just Vedic. I can go into here's the Western, tropical. A little bit of a different story. Here is Gemini. And what do we have right there? Saturn. Sitting right next to the moon. There's Rahu, the dragon's head. And right down below, to start the energy off, it's Mars. Going all the way up. And there's the Twin Towers with Gemini, the twins. You see, folks? So that's why I know for sure both systems have their own set of merits. You can, if you're a fan of astrology, say, oh no, the tropical's better than the Vedic or Vedic's better. You're full of it. They're both good. You got to read from both. They blend into each other. You got to be a fan of both systems with this. But I think it's undeniable, and the big kicker is that this event in 1945 was 56 years prior to 2011. And what is 56? Lights, camera, action. It's the movie replaying itself over and over and over. And this 56, of course, you go to the periodic table to get the clue. What element is it? Barium. What is barium's atomic mass? 137. What is 137? 33rd prime number. Okay, these are all clues. This is all about going down in a hole. That's light going down into the hole, and the light is the light bringer to bring us the simulation called life. That's what all this stuff means, folks. It's just so obvious when you know what you're looking for. That's just one piece, folks. But that 50, now I know the 56, now I'm into the 56 gap. Now I'm looking at events that happen, and then 56 years later, what happens? And, keep in mind, I didn't show you that the 56 barium, that 137 is actually isotope 138. And Jason's all about the Phoenix event happens at 138 years. And the 138 years is tied to the 56. This was big for me. I was so wowed by it. Telling you, man. History repeats itself. Equals 75. What's the element on the periodic table? That's 75. Rhenium. What's rhenium's average weight? 186. What's the speed of light in a vacuum? 186,000 miles per second. What is 75 tied to? Lucifer. Lucifer's the light bringer that makes this reality the way it is. You don't have to like it, folks. Forget about what you were told in the programming. Focus on what are the facts I'm showing you here. I'm telling you, man. Recycle. That remember the recycle process, 75, 93, 39. I'm not even sure if folks, I'm not even sure if we get out of this game, to be honest with you. I'm totally cool with that, because what are you going to do? You're going to fight it, kick and scream like a little baby? You may not get out. We may not get out of this reality. And that's it. That's my final answer. I'm not saying that is but that could be a final answer. You may not get out of this reality. I know I talk about neutrality. I know I talk about the middle path. That's what I feel the best way to do it if there is a chance of winning this game. But we may not win it. You may just be in here and you get recycled back in. So what are we to do? What if that's the truth? You better become the best little devil you can be. You better stop being the extra in somebody else's movie. That's for sure. How is Lucifer 74? Lucifer equals 74 in the English ordinal numerology cipher. 74 is tied to the element arsenic because arsenic is 33 protons with an average weight of 74. 74.922, that's going to be isotope number 75. 75 is tied to rhenium, which is tied to the speed of light. Lucifer is the light bringer. You don't have to like that, folks. It's just the way it is. Is Lucifer Ra? Maybe. There's so many possibilities. Personally, right now, my current level of understanding, Lucifer is not Satan. Satan's tied to Saturn, of course. Saturn means time. What does time do to us? It kills you. It makes you sin. That's what it does. Over time, you will sin. That's the devil. I mean, there's so much. It's not just the sun. You get serious as well. I'll drink a little juice. If you can go to different places in your dreams, is that going to different dimensions? Maybe. Great question, Red Rose. Last night, I decided to just throw on a movie. So I go to my Amazon Prime account. Thank you, Amazon. And I was like, oh, Casino Royale. James Bond 007. Daniel Craig. I'm a fan. I think he's a great actor, right? Fun. And it was the cards. So I'm like, let's check. Let's see if I can find anything in this movie. And last night, I had a dream that was influenced by that movie. So I know that movies and shows, and they influence our lives when we sleep. It's not the first time it's happened, but it was a nice reminder that it influenced my dreams. Is Lucifer Jupiter? I can't say it is. I can't say it isn't. Could be. Could be. Jupiter, Abraxas. I mean, think about Jupiter, right? Jupiter is the largest planet. What's the largest religion? Christianity. So you got the largest planet and the largest religion tied together. And you get St. Peter, Jupiter. Lucifer is the light bringer, folks. Think of a movie projector. Think of a movie projector. Like next time you go to the movies and you're sitting down, if you look up behind you and you look up, because I occasionally do this, and I'm like, oh, where's the movie coming from? You see the little square hole in the wall up top, and you'll see the light coming out. That's Lucifer. That's what Luciferian means. I got a decode coming out on this. It's just so funny how people, oh, that's Luciferian. Like, dude, you don't even know what it means? God. People just like to say things so they look good. They just regurgitate bullshit because it sounds good and people are going to believe them because that's the popular vote. So when they say that, yeah, oh, look at that Luciferian stuff going on. Why do they say that? Because they don't know any better. They just have been programmed to say it. Doesn't mean what you think it is when you say these crazy notions. And no, those of you that are watching this, I'm not a Mason. I'm not part of any secret society. Don't need to be. I'm a free Logan. I don't subscribe to the mainstream. I don't follow that kind of stuff. I don't need to. Those of you that are questioning, thinking that I'm a paid shill or I'm some kind of paid agent. I'm none of that. If you're not a Mason, then I'm done. Cranky beast. I love it. So somebody asked me about what do I think about 2030. All right, so here I'm not big into predictions. I do my own. Here's my book of predictions right here. This book, the cards. I've predicted the last 3 Super Bowl winners using this book. I'm not going to share it with anybody. I don't have to. If you're interested in the cards, go take a course and study it yourself. That's how nobody taught me this. I just read books on it and then I figured it out. I was supposed to figure it out. So here's my take on it. I just sent an email to Jason Bashirs. He gave me a response yesterday. So we're doing a podcast 3 on the simulation theory. Just keep in mind. I had said my research, because he's pointing to 2040 for the Phoenix event. That's what he's going off of. And I don't really like doing predictions, because then everybody, if you get it wrong, people are like, oh, you get crucified for it. It's like, this is just for fun, folks. It's like trying to pick a winner of what hockey team's going to win. If you lose, no big deal. I got no money riding on this. I got no wagers. So don't take me serious. This is just my opinion, okay? The date I have in mind right now, besides this year, because this year is freaking big. How big? I don't know. But I think it's going to be really big. Because you see, what year is it right now? 3, let me find out. Let me just show you guys our visuals. 5783, that's right. Okay, let me get this stacked for all of you so I can show you what I'm about to show you. Give me 1 second. Okay. I think I got it stacked. Give me 1 sec, folks. 759. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so right now, let me go to my display capture. Bam. Okay. So right now, currently in the Jewish year, in the Jewish calendar, we are in 5,782 right here. Okay. The current year is 5,782. It encompasses 2021 and 2022. We're in our 2022 year in the Gregorian calendar, 222s, which has a lot to do with what's going to happen during this upcoming, fall and winter. Once we hit Rosh Hashanah in September, on the 23rd, I think it ends on the 27th or something like that. That's you're going to now move into this 5,783. Okay? Look at what it is. It's the 759. 759. 7 means completion. Even though 9 does, 7 is the crown. 7 is the Sabbath day tied to Saturn. 700 would be tied to Saturn. Tied to Libra, the scales. Libra is the 7th zodiac sign. So we have the 59 now. What is 59? It's the game of life. Whoops. It's the game of life. 700 ruling over the 59. So to me, this upcoming Rosh Hashanah New Year is one to be rejoicing. Because if you want change, it's coming. And don't be somebody who's on the sidelines cheering that the bad guys, that you call the bad guys, oh, they got what they're coming. Just be neutral to it. Because then you're judging. It's going to happen with or without your energy. Take your power back. It's 759, folks. This upcoming Rosh Hashanah, and we're moving into the 50th Golden Jubilee. 50. 50 is this. Okay? 50 is tin, and tin is the merger of worlds on the periodic table. Right here. You see this symbol right there? You see that? Guess what symbol that is? That's XRP's symbol. So are we just moving into crypto? Is that the new move? Is that the move on the world stage? Whether you're a fan of it or not, we may be moving into that. And you don't have a choice. You don't have a say in it. Quantum. Quantum is 27. Jupiter's 27. This is the symbol of the merger of worlds, the symbol of tin, which is tied to Jupiter. Okay? That's what this stuff means, folks. From my research, anyway. But let me tell you, this year, just get strapped in. You can't prepare for it. I'm going to tell you right now. You don't need to. You're exactly where you need to be right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. There's nothing to fear. Like Jason Bashir has a great outcome. He's like, man, if you're fearing what's going to happen, you may be one of the ones that gets slaughtered. You may get taken out by the Phoenix event. Or whatever's coming down the pike. But anyway, I was alluding to showing you that the Rosh Hashanah, my dates that I'm looking at is 2027. Why 2027? Because, 2026 into 2027. 2027 is 227. 227 is pi. It's tied to Yaldabaoth. Now, Jason sent me an email and he said he's looking for a holographic false flag event in 2027 to happen, to make it look like something massive will happen. That could could potentially shift the collective. So I'm here to tell you, this is just my opinion, folks. Okay? Be careful what you believe that you see moving forward. If you see something on the telly, if you see something on social media and it blows up, be very careful. Be very, very careful. Because chances are it's not going to be real. And if you can just be an observer and be like, and not even like, just turn it off. Like, imagine you just turned off the social media and the telly and the mainstream. Imagine you just completely divorced yourself from it. What do you think would happen to your life? You know what people say? Well, I got to keep up with the Joneses. No, says who? Your life's it's not going to change your life. Just get out there and hustle and do what you got to do and go about your day. Jackson, crypto will be the currency in the new world. I think so. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I have no doubt about it. Now, whether or not you have a layer of, I was just talking, I'm doing this, I'm going to be doing this podcast with this amazing person. She's female. She's amazing. Brilliant. Genius. Her name's Ola. And big shout out to Vibes Up podcast and Sam and those guys for introducing me to her. Man, just the way her interpretation is, I have this is going to be good. Real good. She was explaining it like she feels like nature, the trees and the ocean and the earth is one layer. And then you have the other layer on top of that. In a sense, we have dual layers playing out here in this reality. Right? We have the layer of nature, and then we have the layer of mankind. Which obviously mankind's being influenced. Part of the program. And is it possible that we just call it the matrix, is that matrix going to get ripped down and tore down? I mean, you got to think about, they are the people that are kind of in the higher echelons of this world, that are really kind of the major influencers on the world stage. They are spending a ton of time and money into building this new environment that they want to come. And you can get into the science fiction part of it. You can get into the barcodes being put into your skin and all that craziness. You know, we go right into transhumanism. And you can get into that topic. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so neutral to this. But, you know, I mean, I pose this hypothetically to all of you. Just posing it now. Right? Not taking any sides with anything. But have you thought about, what if we are moving into a transhumanism kind of society? What if that is going to be the next evolution of mankind? What are you going to do about it? You know what you're going to do about it? Nothing. You're not going to do anything about it. You're going to have to roll with it, just like you roll with society. And I know you get into these concepts like, does it really mean, does the mark of the beast, most people, and people are not even they're not part of the biblical stuff. They're like, I don't follow religion, but they're quoting stuff from the Bible. Like I'm not part of it, but I love breaking it down because it's part of the script. The most popular spell book in the world is the Bible. So it has a lot of say and stuff because a lot of people believe in it. So they cast these ideas. These ideas become part of the matrix. Everything inside the self-contained system is the matrix. It's Maya, the illusion. All of it. All the religions are in bed together. They're all the same. There is no separation. That is my fact. Pick one that you like. Do you like Hinduism? You got Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Cool. You like Christianity? You got Jesus. You got Judaism? You got the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. You got Gnostic Christianity, you got Yaldabaoth. Zoroastrianism, you got Mazda. The Quran, you got Allah. Certainly somebody's got to be right and wrong, right? No, they're all the same crap, folks. And that's not to disrespect. I'm just paraphrasing here. My own words. It's the architect just spreading itself out and becoming all of these layers. Everything inside this self-contained system is part of the illusion. Everything. All of it. So if you like I've been to a few services in California, in Lake Forest, Southern California. I've been to a few of the monasteries. Beautiful. Then they're Hindu. It's Hinduism. Beautiful, 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 beautiful culture. I love the Tao. I love the Tao. It's a set of principles. It's more philosophy than it is religion. It's not even a religion. But like some people, they got to go to church because they're depressed. Or the demons are attacking me. Or I'm down on my luck. Or maybe I just haven't succeeded And I feel like I need Christ in my life. And if I put my faith in the cross and the Christ, I'm going to succeed. People believe that. So what do? They get up and they go to church and they get their fix. They get their fix. You don't have to stick a needle in your arm or snort something to get your fix. Just go to church and you get your fix right here. And I'm not saying anything bad about that because it works for people. You get your fix. You get your fix of the heavenly realms up here. That's what you do. Right? And then people get payoffs and then they attribute the payoffs to Christ or to God. Oh, God did it for me. It's because of God that I did. You see all these sports people, they score a touchdown and they're like this. What the hell does this mean? You see all these people, touchdown, and they're like this. Well, what does that mean? Really? But I can't say that you're wrong for doing this. I don't even know what this even means. It's just funny, man. Touchdown. Woo, yeah. What? What's going on here? It's just funny, man. But who am I to judge somebody and say, you can't do this and you believe that's God? Or you're doing this. Or you're doing this. But it's Luciferian when you're doing this. That's what people like. If you're doing this, you're Luciferian. When you don't even know what that word means. You don't even know what Luciferian means. You know why people say it? Again, you know why people say it? Because they're in the habit of saying it. It looks good. It makes them look good. Because that's their dirty laundry. Oh, it's Luciferian. And they sell you the dirty laundry, hoping that you'll like them more because their ego needs satisfaction. That's why they do it. That's what the majority of people do. They love saying that, like, oh, look at they're making this, and that's Luciferian. You see the Luciferian stuff going on there? When they don't even know what they're saying, because they're not educated, they're programmed to say it. And they're hoping to get a payoff. You know what the payoff is? Somebody say, oh, yeah, you're right. And they like your post, and they share your posts. Share this post. It's the Illuminati coming at you. You're people that are doing videos about Illuminati garbage and all this and that, and they're doing this. And if you're doing a video on that stuff, you're actually marketing for them. You're a marketer for that team that you don't like. You're marketing for them. So have fun with that. Have fun being a little cheerleader for marketing those organizations. And you know what people say? Well, what if we don't do that, if we don't fight back? That's exactly what we all should do. Take the energy that you typically would push against or talk smack or shit about these organizations. Stop doing that. Because they're taking your energy and they're transmuting it. Take it back and put it on something constructive. That makes a ripple out into the world. And we become a better society. That's how it works. Nope, people are in the habit of selling dirty laundry, marketing dirty laundry that they don't even like because it makes them look good. That's why. When you post something about the Illuminati or this group or the Masons or this and NASA's lying and stuff, you're marketing their material. That's what you're doing. So it doesn't matter what if NASA's lying to you. Okay, stop talking about it. We know that now. Just go do you, man. It's just insane the amount of energy people give away to these, and they're just in the habit of doing it. And the majority of people, they do it so they get likes, so they get subscribers, so they get Patreons, so they get donations, so they get people following them because they are codependent on these things. They want the attention. Well, it's my job. I got to take them down. And again, you know, I say this because it's contradiction, because maybe it is their job. Maybe they incarnated to actually go up and slam them and yell and say, they're the bad guys. Maybe it is their job. But I'm just telling you, as a tour guide, I'm telling you, that job, I wouldn't want that job. I would not want that job. I'm so happy and grateful. It makes me look at my job and be like, I am so grateful I got this job. I'm so grateful I got this job. I used to be, I actually had that job before. I had it when I was in religion. My job was to go out and try to recruit people and to tell them that the way they're living their life is wrong. And I would use the Bible to prove it, to support it. See, it says right there, if you do this and this and this and this, you ain't going to make it. You're going to die. What a terrible way to live, man. All right, well, I've been very animated tonight. All right. Anyways, I get on my rants. Sorry, folks. I guess I'm not sorry, but you know, Yahweh and Satan are one and the same. See, this is the thing, folks. Whatever's running this reality is a hell of a lot more powerful than you and I. Beyond the scope of powerful. If you go and you study the human body and what how it operates, and I mean, I was watching the breakdown of a watch, how a watch is made. I was mesmerized by a timepiece and how small and how intricate, and the wheels, and they all move. And I was like, man, to be a watchmaker. Now I know why they're so expensive, the really good ones. So if you can get enamored by that and you go into the human body, into the biology of the body, and realize how everything works, it's unbelievably complex. And whatever created this reality creates everything. And this body's so complex, and there, you know, it's just like you go like, did something really make me? Are we just a part of a simulation? Are we just light being slowed down into physical matter? How does this all work? Well, again, if you want to simplify it, turn to music and movies, and you'll get your answers. And again, I highlighted this earlier. Rush, moving pictures. There's a song on that album called Limelight. Living in the limelight. The world is full of players. All the world's a stage, and we are merely players. You're just a player here. When are you going to get that through your head? But I got to get out there, and these people are screwing it up. Okay, so go do that then. Stop complaining about it. Go do it. It's not. I'm glad I have this job. That's all I can tell you. That's all I know. And I would hope that, you know, all of you. Oh, I got a troll in here. Let me get rid of this troll. Okay. We had a little sex dating site coming in. Can't have any a nice podcast without having some gnarliness come in. Lucifer and Jesus are the same guy. Very good possibility. So, okay, so Sovereign Productions, I was at JW growing up. Yeah, I was. And, you know, I don't resent it. I'm not angry about it. I'm neutral about it. It was part of my script. I look at my past. And there was, you know, like, look, folks, my parents, I have beautiful parents. They're still married over 50 years. Very fortunate to have two parents together. I talk to them once a week. They're, you know, it's great. I have a great relationship. Had a good child upbringing. But I was raised from the time I was born until I was 16. Those years of my life, that was my programming. No birthdays, no holidays. Couldn't really hang out with any friends. Went to church 3 times, Kingdom Hall, 3-4 times a week. That was my life. And I growing up as a kid, man, it was tough because, I mean, you're sitting down, everybody's standing up to salute the flag, pledge allegiance to the flag. You feel like an outsider, an outcast. But it paid its dividends because that, to me, all that custom crap is part of the simulation. I know that some of you, as I have been said, you're not going to tolerate what I'm going to tell you, but I'm saying is like, do you really know what you're celebrating when you're celebrating Christmas? Some people are going to say, well, it's not, I'm just giving gifts, and they'll justify it. But you're doing it on these days, and something's getting that energy. Do you know what the origins of them are? Halloween. Are you dressing your kids up and taking them out trick-or-treating? Oh, I know, but it's fun, but everybody's doing it. It's like, but do you really know? Do you know? Are you taking your kids doing, we're going to do Easter eggs. Oh, it's so much fun. But I don't go to church, but you're still doing it. Do you know what it means? Do you know what that means? Do you know what the roots are to this stuff? You see, the more you're willing to detach from these layers in the self-contained system, I feel the better off you're going to be to check off the list, to make it, to graduate. That's what I feel, but that's my opinion. I'm very extreme. I've always been that way my whole life. But I go by, again, I'm cherry picking life, and I feel like Oscar Wilde says, the most things that are popular is wrong. So, what are the most popular things on the world stage? Yeah, I mean, folks, if you knew tomorrow, if tomorrow came around and you knew, like, you found out the origins of all these customs that you celebrate, if you found out they were detrimental and stuff, would you give it up? Do you need that to give it up? Because I know it's like, it's fun, it's just fun. I'm just collecting, I'm doing this, and it's just fun. And some of you have kids and you got families, and it's like, what am I going to tell the kids? And folks, you're partaking in customs and traditions that are linked to religion, okay? That's what you're doing. This is not my opinion. This is a fact. This is a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. You don't have to be, see, a lot of people, I don't go to church, I don't believe in religion and all that crap, but then you're celebrating the holidays and customs that are linked to religion. All the holidays are linked to religion. So when you celebrate them, you are in fact partaking in religion. And you're giving it your energy, and you're creating a symbiotic relationship with. That's a fact. 1000%, 1 + 1 = 2. That is a fact, folks. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. And again, it's just, it's like, oh, okay, well, I know, but, and you'll justify it. I know, but my kids, and the Christmas tree and Santa, and I got presents, and what am I going to tell my kids and my husband? I don't know. It's your journey, man. That's why I'm so grateful, that I'm by myself. I have no attachments, and I'm so grateful that I do, from what I know. But again, we may be creating fractals, and your journey is different from mine, and whatever you end up believing in, you're going to get what you get. Because I don't know, I can't say for sure. There's no way to say for sure that we are all going towards the same exact exit, the same door. We're all going to go to the same door. No guarantees on that. I think there's gradients to life. So it's like most people, if you ask them, do you want to, if I'm just going to use this as an analogy, right? With the whole constructs of heaven now. Let's just be fun right now, okay? Heaven, whatever. It's heaven. Do you want to go to heaven when you die? You know what most people are going to say? Of course, I'm going to heaven, baby. I'm going to heaven. Right? That's what most people would say. Yeah, I'm going, man. I'm going to make it. That's graduation. If you don't like heaven, are you going to graduate? Law 1. Are you going to graduate? Are you going to do the rapture? Are you going to be one of the chosen ones? Oh, yeah. But what does that mean? And just maybe, whatever you believe in, you will get. You will get it. But again, it's the heaven aspect is the highest tier in this example. So in order to get there, if you go to the strictest religions, Jainism and these religions, stripping away everything. Some of these yogis, they walk around naked. They strip everything away. No attachments. And if you philosophically look at this, that's the purest life. So if there is such a thing in this reality as the most pure life, it's these yogis and these monks, and if they're being authentic. And that would be reaching heaven. But then you have people that say, oh, I'm going to get to heaven because I'm a good person and, I do this right and I pay my taxes and blah, blah, blah. Well, their heaven may look a hell of a lot different than the monk that's really has detached from everything. I don't know. Just theorizing here, folks. Right? It's all going to come down to what you believe. It's all going to come down to what you believe. Not what I believe, not what I say. I'm just the tour guide here. I'm just showing you the opportunities, the rides to get on. And, for me, I barely got on any of the rides. I may have celebrated my birthday less than 5 times in my whole life. I'm 49. Most of the time, it was somebody that I was with that was like, oh, it's your birthday. We're going to celebrate your birthday. It's just easier for me not to than to. Christmas, no go. Don't do it. I don't care. It's a waste of time to me. Don't even know what the origins of it really are, because we can theorize, we can look at ancient texts, not even ancient texts. We can look at that's not even ancient, but it's like, where does it go to? What started it all? And Easter and even anniversaries. When you put that ring on your finger, you know what that ring represents? Take a wild guess what the ring represents. Saturn. And if you're married, well, so be it. You're locked into Saturn. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it because you're married. What are you going to do? Get divorced because I said that means Saturn? No, come on, folks. It is what it is. Marriage, Saturn. Contract. Band, the ring. Why do you got to go get a piece of paper and pay to get married? What is courts and governments? Saturn. Saturn runs governments and courts and law. Rules all that. That's time. Anyways. The word heaven in numerology is 27. Just like the word Jupiter. Just like the word currency. Just like the word religion. Just like the word sports. They're all 27. All of them in the same Chaldean cipher. 27 is tied to cobalt, which means goblin. What is the goblin doing with the energy that you put your time into? Looking at your comments. Yeah, Valentine's Day included. Absolutely, Jesse. It's just people have these expectations. Like you're in a relationship. I mean, I remember being in a relationship, and I'm pretty detached. Any of my exes would say that, yeah, Logan's like, pretty detached. I can authentically say that. It's just how I roll. I'm like aloof. And then you tie into like, I don't really celebrate the holidays because I was programmed that way, and then you get somebody who's super detached. And it's like, I remember these Valentine's Day comes up and I'm just like, I dread it because it's like, everything's 10 times as expensive. Everybody's out to, jerk you off with the money in the tables and restaurants. And then your partner expects you to buy something for them. And then it's not even fun. Expectation is the root of all suffering. Do I think there's a noticeable power given over by through the rituals of these holidays? Yes, of course. Everything in this reality is based on energy currents and exchange of energy. You go to a sports stadium and there's a ton of energy getting exchanged there. If you go to folks, here's my current level of understanding with the body. When you're a rock star, when you're a musician, professional, and you go out on tour and you become famous, or somebody, and you go out up on stage and you're singing to the crowd, and they, if you're a solo artist or you got the drummer, and you got all these fans in front of you staring at you. What do you think happens with all that energy you're getting from all those people staring at you? It comes to you. You get it. You receive it. What happens? You store all that energy up inside of you, and your currency, your value goes up. And then I feel that when it's time to pay up, when it's your time, and maybe some of these people get murdered. Again, we're just hypothesizing here. I know people do, but let's just, whatever. Somebody dies. Where does that energy go? It's a lot of energy. Think about like what I just said as an example. Use Michael Jackson, one of the most famous pops, the king of pop. How many people stared at that guy when he went on up on stage, all the concerts and tours that he did? All that energy that he got from all those people got stored up inside his body. And when it was his time to go, however that happened, something got that energy. You better believe it. Because we store up currency in here. That's just how I see how it works. Would you mind speaking a bit on Kabbalah? Sure. Yep. I'm working on, do I have the, I did. I'm working on some of the Kabbalah stuff right now. I'm working on the Tree of Life, and more importantly, the Ein Sof. The Ein Sof. Because the Ein Sof is supposedly God before it manifested anything. Like in its, kind of like nameless form or shapeless form. And the very first Sephiroth at the top is Keter. And this is a dead giveaway, tying it to Christianity. Because Keter, in the Hebrew original spelling, through the Hebrew gematria, is 53. And this 53 is a direct match to the word Yeshua. Same match, 53. So the top of the tree in Kabbalah is tied to Jesus and the crown. When you bring 53 into the periodic table, it becomes more clear. We have the element iodine. Iodine, the I am that I am. 53 is the 16th prime number. 16 is tied to sulfur, an essential element, and the word hell equals 16. Okay? That's how all connected this stuff is. So no one gets a hall pass like, oh, my system is it's not part of that. You're kidding yourself. See, variety is what makes life fun. Because if you don't like religion, maybe you like Kabbalah. If you don't like Kabbalah, maybe you like to be a Mason. If you don't like Masonry, maybe you want to be a part of the Rosicrucians. If you don't like the Rosicrucians, maybe you want to become part of the Order of the Golden Dawn. You don't like that, maybe you like Scientology. Maybe you're a fan of L. Ron Hubbard and the Clear System. And if you don't like that, maybe you want to be a Gnostic. And if you don't like that, you want to believe in something else. What's going to get you? What's going to get your attention? What's going to get your worship? Maybe it's numerology. Maybe it's astrology. Theology. Why is theology and astrology have the ology at the end? Theology. Astrology. Why? Because it's the same thing. It's just one's talking about the cosmos, one's talking about the theology, the. Think about how common the word the is. The bridge, the car. Anytime you use the word the, you're taking that word and you're giving the energy to the noun that's going to follow it. The bridge, the car, the sunglasses. Who owns the sunglasses? The does, the. Then you use the word I think, I am, I'm this, I'm going to go to do that, I do. It's I. It's always I. You're the I. There's no escaping it, folks. Have I read the Essential Zohar? Not all of it. But it's all the same. Okay? It's the Talmud, the Zohar, Jewish mysticism. It's just a variety of theology, which is a variety of numerology, which is a variety of astrology. That's it. That's all it is, folks. See, the thing about it is, let me just tell you right now, I can confidently tell you, the less you believe in, the better. That's the way to win. Believe in nothing. Nothing. I mean, you're gonna, when you come out into this world as a baby, you come out not knowing a damn thing. Nothing. You know nothing. You're a virgin. You're not programmed. You're naked. To me, that's how you want to go out. And you see, what you have as your nemesis is Saturn, is time. Because when you pop out into this world through the vagina, you come out. Now you're under the influence in the guise of time. And as you move through time, you become programmed. Experiences, customs, traditions, parties, car crashes, Program. And then you have all this programming. And then when you hit the senior citizen stage, it's challenging to get rid of all that stuff, to let it all go, because that's your identity. That's all you know, your experiences. All of that. Our identity is now all the way backwards from when you came out into this world. That's your identity. So how do you get neutral in the middle? Got to get rid of the identity. Well, if you get rid of the identity, that's stripping the ego away. And since this life needs players and this life is fun, your identity is an essential part of who you are. Like all of you right here, Swiftwalker and Brentwood and Cranky Beeson, these are all part of your identity. Your spirit doesn't need any of this stuff. Spirit doesn't need any of this stuff right here. Your ego does, though. This is all our ego. This is you're seeing my identity right here. I got another troll here. Hold on, folks. God, keep these guys. You guys are coming in with some serious comments here. Thank you for all your comments. Okay. So you just got to be aware of your ego, and then you got to put it in check. You just got to put it in check. And what do I mean by that? Is like right now, I have about 35 people that are going through my green box detox. We're on day number 8. Now it's day number 9. And this detox, part of it is taming the dragon. The ego is your dragon. And the dragon wants to always play. When your stomach's like, feed me, that's your ego. Right? That's your ego. I want to be entertained. You put on a movie, that's your ego. Right? That's your ego. And so this detox is not only helping the temple, but it's putting the dragon in check. And essentially it's like if you want to really get the ego in check, there's a lot of eliminating to do. Because a lot of things that we do as human beings feed the ego. Trying to look good. Trying to look good in front of people. That's why people are just like, they sling this Luciferian word out there. When they don't have any idea what it means because of what they're doing. They're just regurgitating what they heard. And it sounds good and it makes them look good because they know they're probably going to get a response from somebody that's going to like the comment or say, yeah. It's not your spirit. Spirit looks down. It's like, what are you doing? Dude. That's your ego. If you're in this reality trying to get likes and looking good and trying to look great in front of people and that's not your spirit. That's your ego. It's your identity. Brentwood, I want to manifest detachment. I think it's just, I don't think it's really possible to get rid of your ego because you're seeing my ego. It's right here. This is my ego, Logan, right here. This is my That's my ego. It's a vessel to use. It's necessary. What are you going to do? You're going to go shake hands with somebody and say, hi. Hi. They're like, what? Well, you say, hi, my name's Logan. That's your ego. That's your identity. It's tied to the number 5, by the way. The word ID, like identification, ID is 5. It's 14. 1, 4, it's 5. 5. If you trace 5 all the way back, it's a guy, it's a dude, or a man, or a woman. It's 5. Ego death is difficult. You're not going to kill it. As long as you have this avatar, you will not destroy the ego. All right. Let's see what some of you have to say. Going through your comments. Excuse me. Thanks everybody for being here. Super Champion Rocker, Logan, should we take care of our own lives or just accept that we are being used? That's what I've done. I not in the context of like I'm like this. I'm just this controllable robot like that. No. I'm you know what I do? I'm a gratitude junkie. I'm grateful for everything around me. That's what I do. And I surrender. Like I talk to myself all the time and I'm like, okay, I'm just talking to the God, right? Whatever that means. I don't know. What are we doing today? What do you want to show me today? I'm grateful for anything you want to show me. What do you got? What do you got for me? Bring it. Let's do this. And then, folks, at the same time, my life is like, nope, you're not going to eat that anymore. You're not eating that anymore. You're not doing this. Like all these habits. Like I look at everything in my life. You should be looking at everything happening in your life. Why is it happening? It's preparing you for your stage of evolution. Just be grateful for it. Anybody can, there are going to be people say, I'm in control of my life. Logan, you're full of shit. I have complete control of my life. Okay, cool. So go do that. I'm not here to debate. I got enough material that I can show up at a courtroom and sink anybody's ship if we're going to get on the topic of predestination or not. Very confident in that. That's not being narcissistic or egotistical. That's being confident. Using the only measures I have. Words, numbers, and symbols. Which is what we use, and pictures and all that stuff. But the more you're willing to surrender and let go, and realize that you are divine. You're this beautiful superhero snowflake. You have powers that you're not using right now. And the main reason why the majority of people are not using their powers is because they're too busy giving it away. They willingly give their power away to external sources. I'm grateful I got my life. I don't do that. So grateful. And that makes me grateful. I look at somebody else that's not doing that. Like I look at people like, yeah, Trump 2024. And I'm just like, so glad I didn't get that code. So glad I don't have that anymore. I'm not part of that game. I'm just an observer of it, not playing it. So you should be grateful. You look at it's and not bash and you remember it's my opinion. Your job is not to wake anybody up. Save yourself, man. Your job is not to go tell people like, oh, what are you talking about? Your job is not to debate people and argue about whether or not you're right and they're wrong, and they're right and you're right. That's it. That's the end of it. Everybody's right. Adopt that philosophy. That was one of the biggest things that was like a huge revelation for me. Everybody is right. Everybody. Which is a game changer. Because then you could just stop trying to prove people wrong. Like, okay, you're right. Cool, go do you. It'll save you a lot of trouble in your life, folks, when you realize everybody's right. I know somebody's like, no, but they're really wrong. That's your ego trying to prove that. That's your ego. Try to live through your spirit. Your spirit's like, I don't really give a shit. That's what your spirit's saying. Your higher self's like, what are you doing, dude? Why are you doing that? Just be grateful for what you have. Give acknowledgement for everything around you. And I feel like everything around you acknowledges you. Clementine, Logan, any advice on staying true to myself when I'm not alone? Anytime I'm around people, my old habits come back. Well, at least you're conscious of that. At least that's a win. Because you know that old habits come back. So when they start to knock on your door, when you're around these people and then you're like, oh, there it is. That's awesome. See, then what are you going to do about it? Are you going to take a different course? And it may not happen right away. It may take you a few tries here and there, but at least you know you're in that space. That's a win. So pat yourself on the back, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. Most people that are asleep, they don't even know what they're doing in life. They're just so robotic. Oh my God, it's crazy. People are like this. Oh, let me just take a selfie all the time and let me just post that at everybody because I need attention. Because I'm getting old. And I don't look the same way. What am I going to do with my life? Because I'm not getting the attention anymore. That's ego, folks. That's ego. Cranky Beast, you are just a leaf on the tree. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, long stockings, I hate on myself. You got to change this attitude. You're going to make mistakes, and they're not even mistakes. There are no such thing as mistakes. There is nothing in this reality that is a mistake. Okay? Nothing. I say, what do you mean? You just miss, you don't, sinning is missing the mark. It just, you don't hit the mark. You may hit like way off on this side. Like let's say the bullseye is right in the dead center. You may hit over here. Well, it's a big marker. You just want to get closer and closer and closer to the bullseye. That's when your experiences in life, they increase and they go up and everything becomes better and better. No mistakes, just experiences. Bingo, Lisa. Just experiences. That's it. You're just having an experience. We love slinging the adjectives. We love to use adjectives to describe our reality. My thoughts on 2023. Well, again, I mentioned this earlier. Maybe you weren't listening or maybe you weren't here, so I'll say it again. This year, 2022, is the Jewish New Year 5782, 5783. That is going to, in mathematics, that is, if you're a decoder, it's the 759th prime number. And to me, that is the reset of the game. Now, it doesn't mean the game as a whole. It could just mean a part of the game. Remember that let's just call it like it is, being neutral. Not hating on anything. I'm just calling it from my own, and this is from my education. Who runs the banks? Who runs the banks? Who runs the banking system? Who's at the top of the pyramid running the banks? That's who calls the shots. As they say, he who holds the gold makes the rules. Who's holding the gold at the top of that pyramid? Well, again, you have Rosh Hashanah coming. It's the Golden Jubilee year, the 50th in the latter part of September. Then you have November 8th, you have the full lunar eclipse. And let me see, do I have this open? I don't think I do. Oh, I think I killed it. Yeah. We get the full lunar eclipse coming up on November 8th. You know, I was talking to Jordan about this. He's been really focused on it. Keep in mind that the all-time high for Bitcoin was November 8th of 2021. How about that? 2022 coming up, November 8th, full lunar eclipse, which is going to be Rahu and Ketu, the dragon's head and dragon's tail. It happens on November 8th at 12:30 a.m. 33. The full lunar eclipse. Not sure what's going to happen. No idea. But I do know it's in the Nakshatra number 2, which is the god of death. That I do know. So I'm open for anything. I'm just along for the ride. I'm just enjoying it. It's like you watch a movie. I really would encourage all of you to treat this reality like a movie. So the next time you put on a movie and you're watching it, try to remember my words. You're going to see some ups and downs and ins and outs and twists and turns. You may get angry. You may start gritting your teeth because it's like all this action's going on. Or you get angry because the person's going after the other person because they want to kill him for revenge. You're like, yeah, get him. It's not real. It's not real. And things in the movies that happened, people get killed. Does it affect you at all? Do you lose sleep over it? No. Why? Because you can turn it off and say, wow, it was a pretty good movie. That's the same thing going on in the mainstream. It is a movie, folks. Same thing. So it's just like, that's what shapes our reality. Influences by movies and music and politics and religion and sports. And it's a big Ponzi scheme. It's a big Ponzi scheme. The word Ponzi scheme equals 53. The word Yeshua equals 53. The 10th Sephiroth or I should say not the 10th, the first is Keter, and Keter in Hebrew is 53. It's a Ponzi scheme. We live in a Ponzi scheme. It's a big pyramid scheme. And there's nothing you can do about it. So just enjoy the ride. Figure out what you're doing here. Instead of trying to fight it. How does a person stay neutral, true to yourself, taking out the emotion, when a teacher chooses a book for class reading that you are dead set against? Take your kid out of school. Homeschool Or, I mean, this is what I would do. If I was a parent, if I had a kid at school, if you can't homeschool your kid, I'm a rebel, man. I push. I'd go into that school and I'd be like, my kid's not reading that book. Period. And that's it. And that's what I would do. They wouldn't be in that class. They would be excluded from that class. I'd go to the principal and be like, I don't believe in this. My kid's not doing it. It's my kid. They're not doing it. So they're going to be excluded from this class. And that's the final answer. And you're just going to have to deal with it. Just be hard, man. Go in there like you own the place. No one's got a gun to your head saying your kid has to do this or else. They have to read this book or else. It's just a big movie, man. It's a big show. Big production. Yeah, I love the movie Major League, Wild Thing. That was when Charlie Sheen was great. Joe Boo and Joe Boo doing it myself. Something's big's coming this way, folks. I'm just telling you, not to scare you. All my decodes, when I decode people, places, and things, I look at the ages of people, the numbers that are coming up. Let me just show all of you something. A show that I'm fond of. Now I'm going to show you how scripted this reality is. There it is. Let me just show all of you. So, this show right here, if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's pretty funny. This movie came out in 1973. The year I was born, 73, is tied to the blood. The blood's pH. But this show right here was all about mankind living inside of a movie. And the guy who created it is this guy right here, Anthony Hopkins. In the show Westworld, he was the creator of Westworld. This guy. And his birthday said it all. The 31st of December. So remember, this guy creates Westworld, which is all about mankind being used. He's got the birthday of 31 December. What is the 31st of December in the cards? December 31st. It's the Joker. And look at what the title is of the card, the Joker. The Alpha and Omega. There must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. If you read this, it's the God, folks. And this guy right here is the founder of this Westworld. That's who they casted to play the originator, the creator of Westworld, is the guy who has the Alpha and Omega card. Think about what I'm telling you. And then you make your conclusions. How crazily scripted this freaking reality is. You're in a movie. We're in the Truman Show, and that's it. I don't know what else to. I don't know how else to. I mean, I could keep telling you all this, showing you all this stuff, but it's just hilarious, man. It's a great show, Westworld. Just watched. Someone had sent me an email, like, "Oh, you got to check out season 4, episode 5." So I did. So let me see if I can find this for all of you. Please tell me I have it. See if I can find it for all of you. Hang on one sec, folks. Hang on a second. Who emailed me that? You're going to get a kick out of this. Give me a second. Here it is. So this right here that I'm about to show you was from season 4, episode 5. And what I picked up. So let me show you. Here we go. So this is a screenshot right here of a scene of season 4, episode 5. Keep in mind that's 45. 45 is Pandora's box. Okay. But this episode came out, I can't even pronounce the title of the episode, Zhuangji, but there it was. Simulation. You see, and this lady is a god. She runs the Delano Corporation in Westworld, which runs human beings, the simulation. She's wearing these earrings, and it was a dead giveaway because I know the stick and ball model of phosphorus. What is phosphorus? The light bringer, which is the devil. So where are you going to get the devil from? That's why the 15th card in the tarot is the devil card. What runs this reality? Light. Light is the devil, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Light is the devil. That's it. That's what light runs the simulation. That's the game master. How much more evidence or support would you need to figure out how this reality works when I'm showing it to you? I see, I can see it. No, I have the eyes to see. Do you have the eyes to see? I see it. That's why I laugh. Like Tron, the way to win the game is not to play. How much do you play of the game? In my exit decoded, then I'm going to start pulling some cards. We'll have some fun with some people. We'll kind of, here we go. So in numerology, the word enter is 21. Here's the 21st card. Just in the Chaldean, we enter the yoni, the world. And you get the 4 fixed signs of astrology / theology that rule over the portal. The ox, lion, eagle, man, Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus, and Leo. The 4 fixed signs. Fixed. Not mutable or cardinal, fixed. That's how you enter the game of life. And then to exit, if there is such a thing, the word exit is the number 15 in numerology. What's the 15th card? You got to exit the devil. What is the devil? It's light. That's why I now laugh when people say, I'm a light worker. Oh yeah? Are you? Oh, okay. Interesting. You're a light worker. Okay. Be careful what you say, folks. $21 and $15. 21 and 15. Let me just take you on a little tour here. Whoop. Here we go. Just let me get rid of this. Here we go. I'm going to do a couple of seconds here, a couple minutes, and then we'll go to pull some cards. Here we go. So enter. 21. The World card. Exit. 15. The Devil card. When you do them together, you get 36. What is 36? Jesus Christ is 36. And then what's 36? The operating system. Operating is the key word. 36. Entrance and exit. Operating. That's what operates this reality. People entering, people exiting. Operating system. 56. What is 56? Lights, camera, action. That's what this reality is based on. Where you're inside of a movie. You're playing out your part. Are you a star or are you an extra? You might as well have fun with it. You might as well have fun. Most people are not. They're extras. Might as well be a star. Okay. Any David Pollack, any my thoughts on the Mandela effect? Yeah, we're moving into a different density. We're shifting into a new reality. So some people say, oh, well, the Bible used to say the lion laid down with the lamb. Now it says the lion lays down with the wolf. Maybe because that's what society consciously has given their energy to. And it's now pushed back into time and changed the outcomes of all these ancient texts and scripts. Because we're writing reality in the now moment. Sabrina should be a wedding card. Good luck with that, man. I'm done with that stuff. I've done the marriage thing 3 times. I'm out. Not into it. Relationships are cool, but even that. The whole game of life is really fixated around sex. That's how you got here. You wouldn't be here if 2 people didn't hump. All right? You would not be here. The game needs players. And without people screwing and having sex and having a good time and tapping into the highest level of feelings, you wouldn't be here. That's what this game needs. I mean, if you look at all the animals well, I shouldn't say all, but the majority of animals in the animals kingdom, they all hump. It's all humping. It's procreation. And then they have offspring, and then those babies may get eaten. They may not make it. They may get killed by a predator or whatever. It's just all eat and eat and eat. It's consume this, consume that. Something consumes this, something consumes that. I mean, part of me, I can be really vulnerable and authentic with all of you. Part of me thinks that a possible way to win this game is to detach from everything. And that includes a partner. I've studied relationships high and low, all on my own as well. Being married 3 times. And I've just come to the conclusion that sex is what screws everything up. Because you have this chemistry with somebody, you have an attraction with somebody, and then you end up going on a date or you're just hanging out, and then all of a sudden you start making out, and then one thing leads to another, and it's just it's like the natural evolution of the human being experience. That's what happens. And then you're like, I couldn't help myself because your urges overtaken. But if you didn't have that element, if you took sex away, you'd have a lot more successful relationships. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. Sex is the killer. It's a killer. I mean, there may be exceptions to the rule here, but I'm not looking at exceptions. I'm looking at averages, because the averages is what runs this reality. The collective. And there's what's called the honeymoon stage. And I know all of you, don't say, oh no, all of you have been in a relationship where it's like you'll go on a date, and you ladies, you'll change your outfits 5,000 times. Don't know what to wear. You go on that date, and then you get through that date, and then it was a great date. And then you're going to have another one. And now you got the butterflies in your stomach. And now you're really getting dolled up. You guys, you're really putting on your best pants and really trying to impress them. So you'll do things that you normally wouldn't do as a dude. But now you're doing it. Why? Chasing that tail. That's why. Chasing the pheromones. That's why you're doing things differently. You won't do that with a friend. But with somebody you're really attracted to, there's nothing you would do. And then you end up screwing. And it changes everything. And again, it's just like, okay, you go to that moment and you go into a room with somebody and you're physically attracted to them. What are you going to do? You're going to keep saying no? Oh, I'm not going to do it. 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 But I'm attracted to this person. I'm attracted to this person, but I'm not going to do it. But I'm attracted to this person. Sex is what screws this reality up. That's my final answer. You get the honeymoon stage, and when that wears off, the wheels fall off. Then you really get to find out who the person is. And then you're going to say, wait a minute, you're not the person I married. That's right, I'm not. I'm not the person you married. Because I got to be around you for the past 2 years. They just got to look at the comedy in this. This is like a stand-up comedy skit of mine right now. Because that's how this works, man. You're not the person I met 2 years ago. You're damn right I'm not. And you know what you'll do? You made me do it. That's what just so you can look good and you can try to prove them wrong, you'll sacrifice love and be like, it's your fault. Well, you made me do it. How the hell did they make you do it? It's just so funny, man. Love is just, it's the freaking trap, man. It's the trap. Elvis sang it, man. I'm caught in a trap. I can't get out. Because I love you too much, baby. That's life. He meant life. Didn't mean a girl. The architect was singing through whatever comes down and plays out. Maybe it was a player. It was a player. Like, I love this game too much. I'm addicted to this game. This game called life. Yeah, Lisa, you've been married for 25. Let's just use this as an example. Lisa, you've been married for 25 years. It's a long time. I know, I don't even have to ask you. I'm already going to assume, and I bet I'd be spot on the mark. You do not have butterflies in your stomach like you did when you first met your husband. You don't. Just be honest. You don't. Why? I'll tell you why. There's one word that comes to mind. It's called conformity. Conformity. That's what screws everything up. And that's exactly why this game changes. So I'm using this as an analogy, folks. I hope you get this. The butterflies disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are married and you're married 20 years, you don't pick out 5 different outfits to go on a date with your husband or your wife. You don't do the same things you did when you first started dating. You don't. Just be real with it, man. You don't. You ladies may not get dolled up anymore as much. Who cares? It's not a big deal. Just going out with my husband. The butterflies do not last. I promise you they don't. And if you tell me they do, you're kidding. You're fooling yourself. You're just lying to yourself. Not in this reality. Because you see, this is the card that we live through. If you're looking for a card in the tarot, there it is. It's the 4 cups. This card right here, bored. This is the representation of the architect or architects. It's been through, imagine you're the creator of this reality and you've been through millions and millions of years of games upon games upon games upon games. The game of life. You've seen it all. You would get bored. Your relationship that you're in 20 years, you don't treat it the same way as you did when you first started dating, man. You know that's true. Why? Because you get bored with it. And why do we get bored? Because we conform. Why do people trade in their car every 3 years on average in the United States? They get bored. They get bored. I want something new. I like the newness of things. That's why leases exploded. There's a great book by Dr. Bruce Lipton called The Honeymoon Effect. You should go read that book. All right, let's shift gears here. Hi, Being Great. Can you tell me about the Queen of Hearts destiny path? I don't know what the destiny path of the Queen of Hearts is, so I couldn't tell you that, but I would definitely go and look at it'sallinthecards.com if you're looking for your card. It'sallinthecards.com. So I'm going to just pin this to the top. Whoops. Coming in so fast. Okay, so I just pinned. Those of you that are interested in what your card means, go to that website. I just pinned it to the top. it'sallinthecards.com. Go study your card. Go figure it out. It's just one layer, but you're going to get a little bit more information than I don't have them all memorized. Sabrina, you're going to be shit out of luck with a lot of people. I don't know, man. At this stage of the game, man, the whole marriage thing, way overrated. Honeymoon. Like even the honeymoon's like, oh, let's just go spend $50,000 on a wedding and just so I can feed your ego. Yeah, sure. Let me just slave over this and buy you this $20,000 dress you're never going to wear again. And let me spend $50,000 on this beautiful wedding that we have to bring everybody on in Italy by the water because we need to appease your ego and feed your ego. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. So we have a scrapbook of pictures that we're only going to look at maybe once a year. Yeah, sure. That's really good money spent. And it's not me being, folks, it's not me being like pessimistic or like, you know, just because I've been married 3 times or you know, that has nothing to do with it. I'm just having fun. I'm like a stand-up comedian with this stuff. This is the fun part of it because I can talk about this stuff because I've been there, done that. And I see it. I see relationships. And I'm just like, I'm so grateful that I'm in my space right now. Oh, I'm so grateful. Lust versus love. What do you think chemistry is, folks? It's lust. When you see somebody you're attracted to, and then you actually go on a date with them, and then you're like, wow, this person's amazing, and they're cool, and they treat you good, and they pay for your bill, or they may compliment you, or they may smell good. You may get turned on. That's lust. Welcome to the deadly sins. Everybody goes through it, man. You can't, it's a human being experience. What are you going to do? No, I don't have any kids. Furries, I don't, but not human beings. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's lust that gets you to love. You will lust before you love. This whole, oh, it was love at first sight. No, bullshit. It was lust at first sight. You can't fall in love with somebody in one day. Sorry. And then the same couple that said, oh, it was love at first sight, and then 2 years later, they're breaking up. I guess that worked out pretty good. That love is love at first sight. Yeah, that really worked out real good for you. I don't know how we get into this whole relationship thing, man. And to top it all off, I mean, I don't know what kind of code you got, but man, I'm the pickiest person there is on the planet. It's like a curse. It's a curse for me. It's a fun curse though, because what am I going to do? It's just like you'll see your folks. You're going to see your ego. You'll see your ego playing out, and you just got to have fun with it. When you start to pick out the perfect person, like the perfect guy, who's the perfect guy to you? What does he look like? How tall is he? What does he do? You're going to pick things. Guess what's picking? It ain't your spirit picking it. That's your ego. That's your ego picking that. That's what you're doing. Oh, that person's hot. Oh, wow, they're really attractive. It's your ego. It's not your spirit. Don't give me this like, oh, let's dance in the ether realm and all this like hocus pocus nonsense. What are you talking about? Are we just going to go poof? Are we just going to go on a magic carpet ride and disappear? Come on. All of us have certain requirements when it comes. You'll have your deal breaker things. You'll have your deal breaker things. You'll have them. I have mine. I mean, my list is very detailed. But you're going to have your deal breaker list. Some of you will be lax in some areas, and some people will be very enriched in. You know, you'll have your list. Like for me, if you don't work out, forget it. You don't make the list. You got to be athletic. You got to be fit. If you don't make that list, you're off the list. That's my list. That's a deal breaker for me. It's just how it is. You're going to have your deal breaker lists. That's what I'm saying. That's your ego that does it. It's my ego that does that. It wants this. It wants that. It wants this specific. It wants this. Da 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 da. whatever. All right. Let's get into some card pulling. Let's get into some card pulling. Sabrina, you're funny. Yeah, I'm giving you my list. That's right. Ladies, you wouldn't want to see my list. Trust me. You would not want to see my list. That's why it's like I'm totally fine where I'm at. You don't want to see my list. You just don't. All right. I mean, I'm not opposed to any relationships in the future, but like what goes into that? Oh, God. So much work. Alpha Astro, you can see the difference on my face. Yeah, my face is shrinking in a little bit, as if I couldn't lose any more, right? It's just, yeah, my face is a little bit tighter. Definitely lost some full. It'll come back, but it's just because I'm, low calorie and all that stuff. But Red Rose, am I a Capricorn? I am a Capricorn Aquarius. In the Western, I'm Aquarius. In the Vedic, I'm Capricorn. I'm more Aquarius than anything else, though. If I read up on what these zodiac signs are, I'm a Capricorn Aquarius. But then, don't forget about your rising sign, folks. Your rising sign will speak about your face so much. And I'm a double rising sign, Libra, Scorpio. Some of you are like me. You have a double rising sign, double sun. Got to read from both. All right. You ladies are funny, man. You ladies don't want to see my list. Trust me. You just don't. All right. I'm very raw and visceral now. I don't care. I don't care. I just follow the script. I follow the code. Whatever happens, happens. I've surrendered to that part of it for me. Anyway. Okay. So I've shuffled my cards a million times tonight already. I haven't pulled any. But let's see what we got. All right, let's start. Listen, if I don't get to all of you, I'm sorry. All right? I'm sorry if I don't get to get to you. But I'm gonna do these card pulls general. I'm gonna rifle them off like a machine gun. I'm gonna tell you a few certain things, and you're gonna have to go do some searches with the cards. Okay? All right. So we got Nancy Register. You want a card pulled? I'm just gonna pull them randomly, and whatever pulls, I'm gonna be the tour guide. Here we go. Nancy Register, Nancy Register, Nancy Register. So what do we got? Nancy Register. You got the Hierophant card. Hierophant card means the dictator. Actually, let me take this out of the way. The Hierophant card is the dictator, okay? So it's kind of like saying you need to take control of your life. This card. You need to take control of your life. This is the card of the ego. You need to start taking control of your life. You need to start calling the shots, being the dictator in your life. Stop being a slouch. Stop being a pushback. Be the dictator of your life. Take control of your life, Nancy. Whatever that means to you, I don't know. Just keeping it real simple. If you need more information on this card, go to Teach Me Tarot on your favorite search engine. Type in the Hierophant. There's the words, you see? But this card's very direct. This is Leo. This is the sun. This is masculine alpha energy. And we all have alpha and beta inside of us. Okay. Let's get the smart-ass Sabrina. Let's get her into action here from the great country of Pakistan. See, that's why I love this technology. And it's probably 5 a.m. her time. I don't know. Or maybe it's during the daytime for you. Maybe it's Sunday now. But let's get Sabrina. For Sabrina. We're going to get the middle of the deck, kind of, sort of. And you got the 7 of Pentacles. This card is the 71st card in the deck, tied to Lucifer, the Lightbringer, because, see, the light needs to consider what it wants to continue to entertain. So this card right here is like looking at your life in all its totality, he's swept up all this stuff here, and now he's looking at it. You see? Like, okay, in my life right now, I'm going to analyze my life. This is the 7 now. 7 means the analyzer. I'm going to analyze my life and what's going to stay and what's going to go. What do I got to trash and what am I going to pay attention to make it grow? This card. The Great Analyzer card. And this is the Pentacle card, so this can mean money. So I know you got a business, so it's like, what am I trashing? What am I keeping? Moving forward. That's for you. Okay? So I hope that helps you. Christy Decker. Let's get you. I'm not going to move my cursor because then I'm going to lose a lot of people. So let's get you Christy Decker. So Christy Decker, you got the page of cups. Pages are kind of standalones. So for you, it'd be the princess. This card right here is looking for love. Doesn't mean you have to be love, but like new things. He's got caught the fish. There, the page of cups, looking for something. Comes before the jack. So it's the princess finding something in their life that's worthy of paying attention to. So if this resonates with you, if you found something in your life that like is worthy of paying attention to, well, you got the fish in the cup. So congratulations. That's a win. And then you got to focus on it. Give it attention. All right. So I hope that helps you. Justin. Justin. Justin, let's get you a card. Justin, you got the King of Cups. Card number 50. 49 and 50. The King of Cups. And the King of Cups is the King of Love. So in your life right now, what needs to get paid attention to is something that has to do with love and being the king of that. Are you in a relationship? Maybe you need to pay attention more to your relationship. Maybe you need to pay attention more to your career. Maybe you need to pay attention more to your job. Maybe you need to pay attention more to your employees. But you need to take control of your heart, your emotions. Maybe you need to take care of your emotions. King of Cups. Remember these numbers, 49 and 50. Do those have any relevance in your life? And if you need more information on that, Justin, just go open your favorite search engine, type in King of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. And the very first link, you're probably going to get the best one. Go to her website and read about the King of Cups. And you're going to find it in the keywords. Something's going to pertain to your life, I promise you. Sarah Gay Spencer. Let's get a card for you. Sarah Spencer. Sarah. All right, let's get a card for you. Let's get this one. So, we got the Four of Wands. So Sarah, this card right here is tied to the house. Like the house always wins in the casinos. This is the card that represents the house. Happy home. So it could be that your home is not happy and you got to make it happy. This is also dealing with mental structure. So if your mind's all over the place, this is telling you it's time to structure things. Stop doing the monkey mind thing. If you got a million things going on, condense them down and pick out the very number one thing that is going to be the most important for you. The Four of Wands. Happy home. And if you need more information on that, Teach Me Tarot, Four of Wands. All right. Decode +0. I don't even know what that is, but let's get you a card. Decode. So you got the King of Pentacles, the last card in the tarot, 77 or 78. These numbers may be significant for you, 77 or 78. King of Pentacles, the King of Entrepreneurship. So are you looking to open up a business? Do you need money? Do you need a loan? Do you have a business? It should be flourishing when you pull this card. Maybe you need to find somebody to finance your business. Maybe you need to pay attention to your business. King of Pentacles, the king of entrepreneurship for Decode +0. I hope that helps you. Very powerful card. Tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. Runs all finances. The game master. And if you need more information on that, just go to your favorite search engine, Teach Me Tarot, King of Pentacles. Okay. Andrew Cantor has got a specific question. What does the rest of my 2022 have in store for me? Well, here's the answer for you. What do you want the rest of 2022 to have in store for you? That would be where I'd start. What do you want? Draw the list out. Draw your list of the top 10 things you want to have happen for the rest of 2022. Then circle the top 3. Then circle the number 1 thing. And then not be attached to it because it may not come to fruition because that's your ego. But then go make a vision board. Go make a vision board. That'd be my suggestion for you. But let's pull a card. 2022, Andrew Cantor, middle of the deck. Here we go. What's the rest of it going to look like for him? Well, according to this could come out reversed or this way. So this card right here is the card of Pandora's box. But it's the card of all wishes, hopes, dreams being fulfilled. So if that's what you have coming in store for you, congratulations. But it's tied to Pandora's box, the world we live in. But it's all hopes, wishes, dreams being fulfilled. Or it could be you got a shitstorm coming. But whatever one you resonate with, like if you be like, oh, life's pretty good right now, well, then ride that train because it may not last, right? Ride it as long as you can. The 9 of Cups. All right, let's continue here. Oh shit! See, I lost a lot of these people here. Ooh, okay. MC. I'm gonna try to get everybody, but I can't guarantee that. Before I get MC, let's get Jane. Jane L. So Jane L, you got my birth card, the 8 of Spades. Trapped and limited. Where are you trapped and limited in your life? It's in your thinking, I can tell you that. It's in your thinking. I'm just keeping it real. I'm being authentic because I observe people, Jane L. I would say detach from trying to prove people wrong, trying to say religion's this, trying to do that. Detach from all that crap. It's limiting you. Get out of the space of trying to prove yourself right on other people, make them wrong, trying to engage in conversations on social media, trying to say, yeah, it's religion, it's this. Forget all that nonsense. Leave all that crap alone. That's limiting you. Be free from all that nonsense. Where are you being trapped and limited? Just look at your life. You'll find it. Are you being too pessimistic? Are you being too negative? Are you saying, yeah, Christianity and the Bible, they're the ones that are screwing it up? That's what you're living through. If you're saying that, you're trapping yourself. Because you're creating a symbiotic relationship, pointing the finger and saying that those organizations are wrong. They're not wrong. Not according to what they believe. They think they're right. So we're judging. So when we step out of judging, we get out of the box. Okay? I hope that helps you. Much love to you. I do this all in love, man. I'm keeping it raw, visceral. I'm just on a real wild one tonight. Talking about sex and relationships. Wow. Crazy. MC, let's get you a card. MC, maybe because I'm on this detox. That could be why. All right, MC, let's get you a card. MC, what's up with MC? Well, you got the 8 of Pentacles, card number 72, 71. These numbers may pertain to you. 71, 72, the 8 of Pentacles. This is the card of hard working. You can have whatever you want when you find this card. You just got to work for it. Nobody rides for free. There's no silver spoons. This is the card of going to work for it. So if you have a job that you've been offered to do, go get it if you resonate with it. Or if you need to open up a company, go open the company. What are you waiting for? Tomorrow's not guaranteed. This card guarantees success if you're willing to work for it. 8 of Pentacles. You got to see a guy working. He's working. You got to work for it. So I hope that helps you, MC. Courtney. If that's Courtney Capulet, I don't know. But let's get you Court. If that's nice to have you here. If that's who it is, because that's a blast from the past. All right, Courtney. Well, you got the 3 of Swords. Now, this card right here says everything on the card, and it came in reversed. So I'm not a big person that reads in reverse. I just typically like to read the upright. So it can go either way. I know this is being very, very, very broad stroke here, but it came out this way. So it can mean if you have any heartbreak right now, anything, maybe you have to like detach from a family member or a friend or somebody that's really close to your heart, or you have to stop doing a habit that you're really fond of. Like, I don't want to give up potato chips, but you got to give them up because your cholesterol's too high or something like that. Well, this is the heartbreak. But the heartbreak, the swords are going to fall out. So maybe you're on track. Whatever you're doing, that whatever sadness or depression or anxiety or whatever the heartbreak feels like, it's going to end. Or it could mean that you're in it right now. You're about to enter it. You know you're going to enter it. Something you're involved in. Maybe somebody of your extended family. Heartbreak. But again, it could mean either one. Either it's going to end because you've been through it, or you're in it and you got to figure it out. 3 of Swords. It's the 53rd card in the deck. Tied to Yeshua, Jesus. Go figure. You would never think that. The cards say so. So I hope that helps you out, Court. And if that's who you are, man, much love to you. It's been a minute. Go way back. That's where I was raised. To get somebody here that I was raised. Wow. Let's keep going. Brianna, nice to have you. Let's get Brianna. So Brianna. Brianna's doing the detox. She's on day number 8. Kudos to you. She's cranking through it. Here we go. Brianna. So Brianna, you got the 10 of Swords. Card number 60. Feed the Wolf card. Rock bottom, finished, done. What's going on in your life? That's ending closure. This is a great card to get because you can't get any more deeper down the hole than this one. So it's just upward from here. Doing that, scoring a touchdown. Yeah, whatever the hell that means. I don't know, but I mean, I know what it means, but I'm just having fun. But it's only up from here with that card, Brianna. Okay. So I hope, and again, if you need more information on this, it's so widespread. I don't know what's going on in your life, but it's rock bottom, closure, finished. Go to teachmetarot.com and type in the 10 of Swords. Okay, Super Champion Rocker, let's get you now. Super Champion Rocker, let's get you a card. Middle of the deck. Here we go. We got the Wheel of Fortune. Card number 10. Say 10. This is a card tied to Capricorn and Saturn, a.k.a. Kronos, Father Time. Running the Wheel of Fortune, according to the tarot now. Jewish mysticism. But this card right here is card number 10. This is really a typically known as a major arcana fortunate card. But it's tied to your service to the world. Not you, but service to the world. But typically when this card comes out, it's spinning the wheel to determine your fate. This is typically a good outcome, like whatever it is that's going to happen for you in business or finances, or it's typically known as a card of good fortune. But I say you got to look at your life overall and like, are you spinning the wheel? Do you have options in front of you? But typically the option that you're going to choose will be the one that will be plentiful for you. So rejoicing is in effect for you. Okay, so I hope that helped you out there. Tiffany Starr. Let's get you a card. Tiffany Starr. Tiffany Starr. Bada bing. You got the 7 of Cups. This card, you know what's interesting about this card right here? This card is tied to the game of life itself. This is the game. It's like, look at all the options I have in front of me. What do I want to choose? Da, 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 da. Seven of Cups. This is all about fantasies, illusions. Illusions. Be careful you're not sucked into illusions. But this is a card about choice. Multiplicity and this choice. Just be careful you're not going to choose the illusion. The interesting part about this, maybe to give you some clarity, Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, this is their birth card. Illusions. You see? But it's not all doom and gloom. This is the game of life. You'd be like, oh, I want to pick that one. Oh, I want to pick this one. Which one are you going to pick? You have choices in front of you. You will not make the wrong choice, by the way, Tiffany. There's no wrong choices. There's just choices. That relieves a lot of burdens in our lives. You mean I'm not going to make the wrong choice? That's right. You're just going to make a choice. And you'll deal with the consequences that come with the choice you make. Just so much easier in life when you... How do I know if I'm going to pick the right guy or girl? Well, there is no right or wrong. You're just going to pick them because it's part of your script. And if you make it through a relationship and you stay with them for the rest of your life, you were supposed to because your life is scripted. Like I'm single right now because my life's scripted and I'm supposed to be here right now. If that changes, it changes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, let's keep going. Victoria Love. Let's get you a card. I love all these avatar names. Victoria Love. Let's get you a card. Here we go. Oh, that was... Okay. Victoria Love. Here we go. Middle of the deck. Bada bing. Oh, another Hierophant card. So another 5. So, you know, I didn't say this earlier who I pulled this card for, but look to your 5th house. What's in your 5th house of astrology? 5 is man. 5 is woman. 5 is your sun. 5 is your Leo. 5 is your throat chakra. Maybe you need to speak up and say something. Maybe you need to stand in your truth. Own your shit. Master of your domain. Make a decision. Own your space. It's time to use your masculine energy. It's typically a masculine card. This is the Pope, by the way. The Pope directs large crowds of people. You need to direct large amounts of energy in your life right now. It's not a time to sit around and be beta. You got to be alpha right now with the Hierophant. Okay? Whatever's going on in your life. Who else? Let's keep going down the list here. Pamela Swan, nice to have you. Thanks for all your support. Much love to you. Pamela Swan, let's get you a card. Get you a card in the middle of the deck. You got the Ace of Swords. Ace of Spades. The card of death and regeneration. The Seed Planter. The crown's at the top of the sword. This is a card of, you know, your spirituality. The seed planting of your spirituality. The start of victory with your spirituality. But it may mean other things as well, the Ace of Swords. This is card number 50 or 51. So those numbers may have merit in your life, 50 or 51 with the Ace of Swords. This is tied to mind control, this card. I mean, not to you, but this is tied to antimony and the all-seeing eye. And the implant. What is your voice telling you right now, Pamela? The little voice in your head, start to listen to it. Not just right now, but like, what are the main, like, I would meditate. If I were you, I would make an objective. Okay, tomorrow, Logan said the Ace of Swords, it's a seed planter card. What are the seeds coming into my mind? What I would do is I would wake up tomorrow and the objective of your Sunday would be to take 10 minutes out of your day 10 minutes. Set a timer on your phone. Put on your earphone or your earbuds. Put on some music to block out the outside world. Your objective is to listen to that voice. Close your eyes and listen. What is it telling you? And you're going to get a bunch of jargon. Got to feed the dog. All this. Forget all that. What do you want to tell me? You're looking for the seed. You're looking for that seed. 10 minutes, your objective. And you got to be really good at getting rid of all the nonsense, the monkey mind stuff. Got to feed the dog. Got to go for a walk. Got to drink my juice. That's not the seed. You're looking for the one thing. And then your objective, when you go into it, you're like, okay, universe, God, angels, whatever you want to say. What's your message? Thank you for your message. Appreciate your message. I'm grateful for your message. Give it to me. Ace of Swords. All right? That's the implant. All right, let's keep going here. I was for Pamela. Jane, I already got you. You got the trapped and limited card. You got to stop being trapped and limited. Be more optimistic than pessimistic. Gabrielle Perez from the great city of Las Vegas. I love Las Vegas. I have so many memories of Las Vegas. Oh, so many good ones. So many fun times in Las Vegas. That was when I was asleep. But man, did I have a good time. All right. Gabrielle Perez. Let's get you a card. So you got this card right here, amazing. You got this is Elon Musk's birth card. The Two of Wands, card number 24. Card number, actually the numbers, excuse me, the numbers linked to this is 23 and 24. So those numbers may have a significance to you. So you watch out for 23 and 24 coming into your life. These are like, if you going down the street and you see 23 in a license plate, that may be, like a sign for you. Like, what color is the car? Maybe you had a car growing up. Maybe someone's in the car that you know. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. But this card right here is, the world is in the palm of your hands. What do you want to do? Look, I got the world right here. And what am I going to do with it? Because I want to better my life. You see the two pillars on each side represent the yin yang. You're standing in the middle of neutrality. You're naked. You're neutral. You're not programmed. You're washing away all the programming in your life. All the mishmash, you're washing it away. And you're like, what do I want to do with my life? And this card, the word church equals 24. Jesus sent the angel down to testify to the church. This is the church. The church having the world in the palm of its hands. Okay, what are we going to do to program these people? So, what do you want to do to program your life, Gabriella? Gabriella. If you're in Las Vegas, go look up a taco stand. I don't know, Gabriella, I don't know if you got the truck, the stand. Gabriella is a vegan and she has amazing vegan food. She has a taco stand or truck in Vegas somewhere. I don't know. I'll probably visit it there when I come there. So I'm going to try your tacos out. Let's see how good you got tacos. I am the hardest critic. So let's see what you got. But I'm looking forward to trying your tacos. Man, I'm looking forward to having some Satan. That's the joke. If you're vegan and you don't eat meat anymore, you've probably gravitated over to, I'm not a big fan of jackfruit because it's too mushy. I like texture. But Satan, that's the big joke, is the wheat gluten. You can make amazing stuff with this stuff. If I was a cook, I had a restaurant, I'd be making the hell out of that stuff. But it's made from not the typical, like, I'm a gluten sensitivity. No, not that. That's glyphosate sensitivity. It's wheat gluten. It's different. And you make it with chickpeas and all this stuff. But I had to just joke with my mom because, my mom's still JW. And so the devil is very much a big part of her reality. So we're always, me and my dad, we're joking like, hey, can we have some of that Satan tonight? Oh my God, the Satan. So my mom jokes with it too. My mom's really funny, man. She's got a great sense of humor. So I'm looking forward to having some of your Satan, Gabriella, out there. But I hope that helps you with the Two of Wands there. That's Elon Musk card. That's preparing the future. Elon Musk, what is he doing? He's influencing people to create the future. That's what his job is. All right. Anyway, that was probably too much information with my mom and the devil and Satan, but it's just kind of funny. It's these words. Spirit Evolve. Let's get you a card. Spirit Evolve. Let's see what we got for Spirit Evolve. What can we talk to Spirit Evolve? Whoa. The Humdinger. I love this card. Because you got to be this. You got to be the devil at the top. Instead of being the two people chained at the bottom. You want to graduate. You got to get through the devil. So sometimes when this card comes up in life, and I don't know what's going on in your life, so sometimes this card comes up and you got to be selfish. You know, like I have this group of people that are going through my detox. And I said, for the next 22 days, you want to be selfish. What do you mean I want to be selfish? That's right. Stop paying attention to people. That's why I haven't done anything in 9 days. Because I've been doing this detox. I've been paying attention to me, taking care of me, detaching. So sometimes when the devil card comes up, it means that you need to detach from people and pay attention to yourself. Or it can also mean like, what kind of habits do you have in your life and what do you need to get rid of? Is there something, and we all have habits. So if this resonated with you, like, oh yeah, I got a habit and I know exactly what that is, that's it. It's not detaching from people. It's not paying attention. It's your habit you need to get rid of. We all have them. Like all of us right here, all of us listening to this, you have a habit that you can say, I need to get rid of that habit. What's holding you back? Well, I don't have time. Is it bullshit, man? Be more faithful to your commitments than your excuses. I mean, I'm on this detox with these people like, man, it's like, I got other stuff I want to do. I'm more committed to I'm more faithful to my commitments than my excuses. So what does that mean to you? Spirit Evolve. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in your life, but let's keep going. I'm way behind. I am way behind. All right. Let's see. I lost my spot. Damn it. I think some people have checked out because I may have ignored them, not purposely, but I lost my total spot. Shit. Yeah, I lost there's so many comments and when you turn this mouse, it just whoosh, goes really fast and then I lose where I'm at. So I apologize for people that I missed. Let's get to Red Rose. I see Red Rose. I'm going to try to get to everybody. I'm sorry if I don't get to you. Don't get your feelings hurt. We got to have fun with this reality. If you were meant to get a card, you'll get a card. Okay? You're meant to get a message, you're going to get a message. And if you didn't get a card, you weren't supposed to get a card. Maybe you need to figure it out on your own. Like your question, like maybe you have a specific, all of you asking a question, or you have a specific, I'm sure all of you have a specific question. Sometimes the answer is right into the question. Like, for example, you want to move. And you're like, should I move? Do you want to move? That's why you're asking, should I? Of course you want to move. That's why you're asking, should I move? Then the next question is, where do you want to go? Well, I don't know where I want to go. Well, where do you want to go? Figure it out. Stop being idle. If you want to move, decide where you want to move and then let go. That's it. Okay. Red Rose. Let's get you a card in the middle. Here we go. Red Rose. So we got the Knight of Pentacles. Card number 75 or 76. And this Jack right here, you know, it's the Jack of Diamonds. So it's kind of the card of the free and the brave. This card right here typically is the knight who has collected his winnings. The Knight of Pentacles. He's not going into battle. He's already collected what he won. So he's savoring the flavor. What does that mean in your life for you, Red Rose? Like, I got my winning. I've already done the deeds. I got it. What am I going to do with it? Maybe you need to share your winnings with somebody. Maybe you need to go buy somebody lunch. I would go study this. This card has a lot of meaning to it. So go to your favorite search engine, type in Knight of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find what you're looking for, Red Rose. Okay. Christy Decker, there's no reason to be sad. There is no sadness here in this group. There is only happiness. There is only this. That's it. There's no sadness in this world, man. Focus on the happiness in your life. Sadness is pessimistic. Happiness is optimistic. And if you want to do like I do a lot of the meh, the meh, that's like neutrality. Neutrality is the meh. That's neutrality. I'm just having fun tonight. Dreamer of Sirius. Let's get you a card. Dreamer of Sirius. Are you dreaming of Sirius? Are you just a dreamer of Sirius? Sirius equals 16 and it's the Tower card. All right. So you got the Page. Whether or not you're a male, female, if it's a male, it's the Page, it's the Prince. If you're a female, it's the Princess. It's the Page or Princess, the Prince or Princess of Pentacles. And this card right here is always new beginnings. Like, you know, maybe you started a business, maybe you started a job, maybe you just came into some money, maybe you're curious about starting a new job or a new business or something like that. Page of Pentacles. Card number 74/75. So this is a heavy hitter card. The Page of Pentacles. If you want to hear more information on this one, this is obviously there's a variety of information on this card. Page of Pentacles. Excuse me, teach me tarot. Sorry for coughing, folks. It's hard to break free from the microphone. The later it gets, my cough's going to get worse. I'm still trying to break free from whatever the heck's going on. Okay. Let's keep going. Q Joe Mishler. Interesting avatars. I wish all of us could get in a room together, a real room, and have conversations. Be kind of fun. Q Joe Mishler. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the Decoding family. You got a lot of great minds in this chat room. A lot of great decoders around the world, man. So you're in good company. So let's get your card. What's going on in your life? Q Joe Mishler. Oh, another Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords, new beginnings. New beginnings card. The numbers in numerology you want to look out for, either 50, 51, 52. These numbers are all associated with this card. This is the Ace of Spades, the notorious Ace of Spades. It's a card of death and regeneration. So it could mean the death of something and then the new seed being planted for something new. The Ace of Swords. And the Ace of Swords is tied to spirituality and the higher self. Like, spades is going up. Like, here's the King of Spades. You see, this spade is pointing up. And if you take the heart suit, the hearts are pointing down. They're the opposites. Hearts are fire in the cards. The hearts are fire and the spades are earth. Okay? Christy Decker sucks. Nothing sucks. It's all in your mind. I heard it's better to get a tarot deck as a gift rather than buy your own. You heard. I don't know where people come up with these concepts. Guess who got this tarot deck for me? Me! I bought it. Just buy your own tarot deck. You know what's a really cool tarot deck that I really want to get, but like I got enough tarot. I don't have a lot. I got 2, and I just mainly use this because I like the Rider Waite. I have one. I bought the Spellcaster deck. I don't even use it, but there's a really cool tarot deck. A matter of fact, because I feel compelled to tell all of you this. Those of you that are tarot card fans, let me show you a really cool freaking deck, man. This is the one that I would buy. It is sick. Let me share my screen with you. It's this one right here. It's called the Transparent Tarot. It's very unique and authentic. It has these tarot cards, and you can build a story off of them. It's so sick and so unique. It's the only tarot card of its kind. I would definitely, if I didn't have as many decks as I got, I would get it. But it's really cool. The Transparent Tarot. That's the one I would get. All right. So let's keep going here. I know I have a million other. Let's get JJOO Egg 1. I don't think I could pronounce that in any language. Let's get you a card. All right. Well, you get the Lover's card. So the Lover's card being number 6 in the major arcana. Tied to Virgo, tied to the third eye, right there. Because the third eye is 6. The Lovers, Virgin Mary. When this card comes up, you know, maybe you're looking for a relationship. Maybe you're almost, in one. God, I can't stop coughing now. The Lover's card. So it's typically a card of male-female companionship, you know, relationships, husband-wife kind of stuff. If you're in a relationship, if you're married and your marriage sucks, make it better. Are you all in or are you all out? Do you have one foot? A lot of marriages, and I see they have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. If there was a hole, if there was a round, a disc, and this would be marriage. A lot of relationships, they got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. They're looking for the next best thing, but they're like, oh no, I'm dedicated, but they're like looking. They're waiting for the knight in shining armor to come to save them. Well, there ain't no knight gonna save you. If you're in the relationship, you're in the relationship, man. If you're not in the relationship, then freaking cancel it and get out of it. Stop wasting the other person's time. That's how I feel about relationships anyway. Why would you want to hold someone back? If you got 1 foot in, if you're in a relationship right now, just be authentic with yourself, man. Quit dancing around. If you're in the relationship, go all in. I don't know if this is then get out. Especially if the other person's all in. The other person's all in and you're like dancing around. You got like one toe in. And you're like, I don't know. And like, they want to go all in, man. Just then get out. When this card shows up, it's like, if you're in I'm not here to like dispose of anybody's marriage or like, I don't like, oh, well, Logan ruined my marriage. I didn't ruin anything. I'm the tour guide. I'm going to tell you straight up raw how it is, man. If you're in a relationship and you got one foot in, what the hell are you doing? Why are you not all in? You should be asking the question, why am I not all into that relationship? That's a very big question you should ask yourself. And if you're not all in, then what are you doing? Why would you want to be half in and half out? See, I'm not even in the circle. I am somebody who is authentically living single life. I am all out. Okay? I own that space. But if you're somebody who's in a marriage or a partnership or whatever, and you got one foot in and you're like, oh, I don't know if I should. What are you doing? Own your shit, man. The world needs happier people. And if you're not making your partner happy, then get the hell out. Or make the sacrifice and go all in and say, you know what? I've been a dink. I haven't been all in. Sorry. Now I'm going to dedicate. I'm going to devote myself to this relationship. But if you can't say that, then get out and give your partner the chance to go and be happy in another relationship. You're holding them back. Because sometimes, and I'm saying you're holding them back because sometimes the partner is codependent and they rely on you. They don't know they're codependent. So they're going to say, wow, I'm waiting for him or I'm waiting for her to make a decision. What? Dude, own your domain, man. It's pretty simple. It's not complex. Take your emotions out of it. You're either going to go in or you're going to go out. What is it going to be? People like to dance around, like do the dance and like, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. I'm really having fun tonight. If you can't tell, I think it's because of this this detox that I've been doing with people. Woo! All right. I missed David Polk. I'm sorry, David. This is not me. I'm just going with the chat here. So again, I'm not making any mistakes. I'm not cherry picking. I'm just going on what's coming through and what's happening. That's it. I don't know. I don't owe anybody any explanations, but I'm telling you that because that's the truth. I'm being authentic with you. Okay. I'm slowly scrolling down here. But I will say this, David Polk, if you're still listening, man, you can't have this frame of mind of calling them broads and you're coming at it the wrong way, man. I shouldn't say the wrong way. You're coming at it a way where you're not going to have the best experience. Okay. Let's get A to Z. Messiah 777. I don't know what that means, but let's get a card pull for A to Z Messiah 777. Okay. So let's get a card. So, okay. A to Z Messiah 777, the 5 of Cups. Card number 41. This card right here is very specific. Let me just tell you. Okay. These cards are before I move forward with A to Z. These cards are very sacred. And they're very specific. So when I pull a card and I give it to you, don't say, oh, that Logan, he didn't know what he was doing. Listen, I may not give you what you need to hear or what you want to hear, but if you go study the card, I will guarantee you that it will have merit in your life. And even the ones that we say, oh, it's the devil card, the tower card. This card right here, this is typically a card of like, oh, the 5 of Cups. You know what this card means? Sadness, mourning, depression, pessimism. You're looking at what's in front of you And there's 3 spilled cups. And this card, when it comes out, it typically means you're focusing on the things in your life that you have lost. And what it's telling you to do is to turn around and focus on what you have left and be grateful for those things. That's why this figure is in black, because it means mourning, depression, anxiety. So this card to me means stop looking at what's lost in your life. Stop looking at what's broken in your life. Focus on what you're grateful for in your life. Focus on the beautiful things in your life. What you have been blessed with. This is a reminder for you, A to Z, whoever you are. Switch it into the things you still have left in your life. And everybody here, I don't care who you are, I don't care how down and out you are in your life, there's things in your life you can be grateful for. Like, when's the last time you put on your pair of shoes and you said thank you to your shoes? When's the last time you did that? Probably never. But every time you go outside without those shoes, man, your feet, like it hurts. Like going barefoot's cool, don't get me wrong, but when's the last time you were actually really in a state of gratitude in your life? When you wake up, are you giving thanks to your mattress because you had a great night's sleep? You know what most people do? They don't. They don't think of that stuff. Why? Be grateful for everything around you, and the universe will reward you. I promise you. I'm living proof of it. I'm living out these concepts. All right. Kyle Gabriel. Wait a minute. Kyle Gabriel. I think I haven't pulled a card for you. Let's pull a card for Kyle Gabriel. If you're still here, I don't even know. Kyle Gabriel. So you got the 4 cups. And we talked about this earlier. This is a card of being bored. In your life right now, are you bored? You may be bored with life, Kyle Gabriel. Like, you're looking at your life like everything sucks. Kind of bored with this. Nothing makes me feel good. It's the card of boredom. And you're sitting there like, I don't want to do that. Nah, I'm good. Maybe you're saying no to everything. Maybe you got to do the yes man. You got to start saying yes to things. To take, because this is a negative stance. And look at what the card is. It's like, nah, I'm bored. So if your life is very idle right now, start venturing out. Start saying yes to things. Live a little bit. Kyle Gabriel, okay? Barry Russell, let's get you a card. I'm way behind. Barry Russell. Let's get you a card. So you got the 6 of Pentacles, which is the 6 of Diamonds, which is the card that runs the game of life, ironically. But this card right here is the Charity card. So when it comes up in a reading, are you giving enough? Or maybe you are giving enough and you're on track. But now remember what I'm telling you here. Ladies and gentlemen, this channel is dedicated to being authentic. This channel is not about lying to yourself. It's not about bullshitting yourself or other people. It's not about trying to look good. This channel is dedicated to authenticity. So when I pull a card for you, I'm going to ask you, not for me. I don't care. I don't live in your life. Just be authentic for you. No one's looking. There ain't nobody taking notes. Just be authentic with you. Okay? Do you need to give more in life? Maybe you need to be a little bit more of a giver. Right here. This is about giving, helping people. Maybe tomorrow you go to the grocery store and you pay for someone's groceries behind you. Maybe you go through the toll booth and you pay for somebody's toll behind you. Maybe you give $10 to the bum on the street. Maybe that's what this is telling you. Just to see what you're going to do. So if the opportunity arises tomorrow for you, or whatever, wherever you're at in the world, for Barry Russell, and you have the chance to give, just remember this card being pulled for you. Let's see what you do. I'm just being very elaborate here. I don't know if that actually is going to pertain to you, but that's what that card typically is. It's like the giver. But maybe it is encouraging you to, hey, it's time to step it up and you got to give more. Okay? And if you need more information on that, Barry, favorite search engine, Teach Me Tarot, 6 of Pentacles. Okay? Okay. Lisa. Let's get you a card. Lisa. Longtime supporter. Thank you so much for your support. Sending you much love wherever you're at in the world. Lisa. Let's get you a card. Oh, you got my favorite card in the deck. Well, at this current moment. The Tower card. Card 16. The word light equals 16. This is what creates the game of life right here. The word atom equals 16. This card right here means, destruction. It means change for you, Lisa. What's going on in your life? I'd be out like, woohoo! I'd be doing the Homer Simpson woohoo. Because when this card comes, man, it's time for some serious shit to move. Like Doc Brown said in Back to the Future, when this thing hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious shit. He was pulling the Tower card out. So, it's the cards that everybody kind of like, ooh, these are the ones that I love getting. Because that means like something's about to change. So, hope that helps you. Stephanie. I hope some of you are still here. I don't know if I'm pulling cards for ghosts now, but Stephanie. Let's get you a card, Stephanie. So you got the 18th card in the Major Arcana, the Moon card, and it's got the 2 pillars on there. It's got the Cancer crayfish in there. You got the dogs howling at the moon. But this card, when this card comes out, it's like it's the deeper secrets of life, the meaning of life. Like studying yourself, your emotions. Where's your moon at in your astrology chart? The moon, the deeper meanings of who you are and why you're here. Maybe you need to get in touch with that. The deeper meaning of who you are and why you're here. The moon. And then if you need more information on that card, just the moon, Teach Me Tarot, favorite search engine. You'll find a whole bunch of keywords. You're just looking for one beyond what I said right there. I gave you basic fundamentals. Denise Stewart. God damn this cough. All right. Denise Stewart. Let's get you a card. You got the Page of Cups as well. The Page of Cups. Card 40. What number is this sucker? Let me look. I forgot. My memory sometimes doesn't do me. 47. That's right. 46, 47 is the 46. So these numbers may be important to you. 46, 47, 48. But it's, you caught the fish. And this energy is an energy of the prince or princess. So it's an energy of like, you just went through 4 years of college, 6 years of college, and you filled out a whole bunch of applications. You just got hired. You're 21, 22. And you just got a letter back from a company saying, you're hired. And your salary is $250,000 a year. How you doing? That's the fish in the cup. So you got to look for this kind of energy. Like, you got to get in these emotional states wherever you're at in your life. Whatever that means to you, I don't know. Just kind of giving you analogies of what. And if you need more information on that card, Page of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. Okay? Day 2 potato. I see, Jane, I see your comment there. Listen, man, all of you, stop apologizing to people. You don't owe anybody any apologies. I mean, unless they're called for. You're just being you. That's like trying to, I'm sorry that I mean, it's okay to apologize to people. Like, yeah, I was a dick. Sorry, I was a dick. Yeah. You don't need to apologize to me. Just go be a better person. That's it. Just improve yourself. That's all. It's okay. That's what I'm here for. I'm showing you the amusement park. Here it is. Here's your amusement park. Here's the rides that you've probably been getting on. And those rides, you've worn them out. And you're looking for new ones. That's why all of you want a card. Because you've been on all these rides. And you're like, I'm tired of that roller coaster. I've been on that thing 50 times. Yeah, I've been through the water thing. Yeah, I've been on the Tilt-A-Whirl. I need something new. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a new ride to make it better. Well, I got news for you. Life's never going to get better, folks. Life is just, it's playing out. It gets good, it gets bad. It gets good, it gets bad. Just look at life like it's life. It's just life. And if you can master that, you'll be way better off with your emotions. Because when something good comes your way, what do we do when something good comes our way? Woo! We celebrate. We're out, cheering, and I'm going to buy a round of drinks for everybody. But then when something bad happens, you're like in the corner in the dark and you're depressed and you're putting on music to make it even worse, to wallow in your pity. Why do we do these things? Because you're high on the emotions, whether it's celebration or depression. You end up feeding them. It's time to stop doing these things. And, it's great to celebrate, great, because those are high vibrations. But when it's depression or anxiety or stuff like that, don't feed that stuff. Just be neutral to it. Just look at it and say, oh yeah, hey, I see you down there. But I don't want to play. I'd rather play over here. I'd rather go out, celebrate, and get a round of drinks with my friends. I'd rather play that. All right, day potato. Day 2 potato. Day 2 potato. Okay. Much love to you. Day 2 potato. 4 swords. Great card. 43. Card 43. 43, 44. So look for those numbers in your life. 42, 43, 44. Okay. For confirmation. What do those numbers mean to you? You can reduce them down. 6, 7, 8. But this is the card. This card right here typically means going within, meditation, creative visualization, detracting from the outside world, taking yourself out of the game for a while, digressing. If you haven't meditated, a lot of you here, and you know it, you don't meditate. Just be authentic. I don't meditate. I want to meditate, yeah, but I don't meditate. That's the majority of people. They don't meditate. Because it's boring. You get no payoff. You're like, oh, I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes and it sucked. It didn't do anything. That's what you're going to get from people. We just keep it real. But some of you are actually born to meditate. It's like something like you're taking a dump. It's something that is supposed to happen for you. Okay? You're supposed to do it. Like a bowel movement for some of you. Because some of you have some planets in your 6th house, maybe. Especially if you got Jupiter in the 6th house. Jupiter's got the all-seeing eye on it. This is the 3rd eye. You're born to meditate. You're born to do creative visualization. Especially those of you that are manifestors in the human design. Born to meditate. Born to do creative visualization. Born to do vision boards. But when this card shows up, it's typically a card of, hey, it's time to go within. It's time to cut out the outside world, turn off all the static, and it's time to rest and reflect. Maybe you're sick. Maybe you need to take some time off. 4 of Swords. Okay? It's a mental retreat card. So I hope that helps you. Jason Crump. The card for the Crumptity Crump. Interesting narrative. Jason Crump. Jason Crump. Another Page of Pentacles. Card 74, 73, 74, 75. These are going to leak in there. Again, this energy I feel is the Page. For you, it's going to be the Prince. That energy. You got that contract. $250,000. You're 21. You just get out of college. You get that contract. How you feeling, man? It's the scholar, the writer. Things can't go wrong. Get in that kind of energy. Live life as though it's rigged in your favor. That's the card right there. How you doing, man? Live life like it's rigged in your favor. I think that's Rumi. Great meme. That's the Page. The Prince or Princess. Tony Massad. Card for my friend Nayla, please. Okay, so I'm pulling a card for your friend Nayla. All right, let's see if we can come up with your friend Nayla. So we're doing a fractal down from Tony. All right, so for Nayla, she got the card 62, 63, Queen of Swords. Tied to the number 51 as well. Tied to the all-seeing eye in the brain. It's tied to this card right here, man. This queen is like cutting through all the bullshit. Authoritative figure. It's the counterpart to the queen or to the King of Spades. The Queen of Swords. Queen of Spades. She cuts through. He does it. The king cuts through with no emotions. Because emotions, when you make a decision with emotions, a lot of times you're going to get the decision wrong. But when you do it from logical perspectives, non-biased, no emotions, you look at both sides, chances are you're going to make a decision that's going to be justified. Well, the queen is the counterpart to the king. So it's cutting through. It's being very authoritative with the compassionate side that the king doesn't have. Okay? So whatever that means for your friend Nyla, maybe she's got to make a decision. And again, if you need more information on this Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot, you'll probably find out what you need to find out. Okay. May James. Let's get you a card. May James. Well, it's 2 a.m. I'm going to call it quits soon here. May James. Let's get you a card. What do we got for you? So you got the enter the game, the world card. You know, when this card comes up, it has so many meanings, right? Because it's like the world is about to enter your life. Like you're going to have whatever it is you want. Nakedness, purity coming down the pike. Starting a new venture. The world is in the palm of your hands. It's card 21. It's tied to the word love. The word love in numerology equals 21. 21st card. So follow your heart. What do you love? May James. Is there something you want to do in your life? What are you waiting for? See that meme, I use it quite a bit. The meme is this: the road is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. You know those squirrels, you driving down the street and they don't know where to go, and you run them over. Don't be the flat squirrel. The world is in the palm of your hands. Execute. Get out of your ideas, move your idea into execution. And you can't go wrong. When in the context of going wrong. Okay? All right, Jody, let's get a card for you. I don't know if some of these people are even here. Jody. I'm keeping people up okay, that's 4:23 p.m. So let's get Jody in the house. Thanks for joining. Much love to you, Jody. Your card is Wow, another bored person. Again, these are just basic concepts. I don't know what's going on in your life, but be authentic with yourself. Are you bored with life? If you can just say, if I ask you the question, are you bored with life? And you go with your first answer. Yeah. Okay, well then that makes sense. This is a card of being bored with life. And that means you need some spice in your life. Stop saying no to things. Start saying yes. If you're pessimistic, own that space and say, yeah, I'm a little pessimistic. Okay, so turn the tides. Be more optimistic. Or at least be neutral. Like whether it happens or not, I'm totally fine with it. But maybe you need to start saying yes to life. Go watch the movie Yes Man. That maybe inspire you. I did a decode on that. That's what gets the game moving. Saying yes to all. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do this. That's what gets movement in the game. Is yes, yes, yes. It's time to say yes. You say no to life, Carl. If you've seen the movie Yes Man. Terrence Stamp, the actor, great actor. Are you ready to make a covenant, Carl? You say no to life, Carl. You're going to say yes. Say yes to life. It's a big contradiction, man. Albert Effectivo. Let's get you a card. Albert Effectivo. See, we're not pulling just females. It's just the way it is, man. Albert. You can call me Al. That Al is really powerful. Excuse me, you got the Queen, the Empress, card 3, tied to Gemini, the twins, the Kundalini, tied to Mercury, talking to the world, communicating with the world. What do you want to create, Albert? The Queen comes in, she wants to create, man. She wants to give birth to things. So, in your life, what do you want to give birth to? Get out of the idea. We just did this maybe with Jody. Maybe it's following suit. Maybe the pattern's here with you too. If you resonate with this now, if you have all these great ideas, why are you not executing on these ideas? Stop. And again, you know what a lot of people do? Well, the pandemic is in. I can't do then. I get away from. Dude, there's never going to be a good time to do something in your life. There will always be something for you to make an excuse on of why you're not moving into execution. So, Albert, the Queen wants you to execute. This is a time to draft up your great ideas and move them to the King and execute. So put on your thinking cap, man. Put on your thinking cap. Teresa Fowler, Quantum Mother T. Wow, that's it. I don't even want to say that fast 10 times. All right. Teresa Fowler. I got to pull a card for you because you got a long avatar name. Let's see what you got here. Teresa Fowler, Quantum Mother T. Let's see what we got here. Teresa. Wow, another 3 times in a row. The Hierophant. The masculine yang energy of the sun. Be the boss. take control of your life. If you've been kind of like dancing around, nope. This card wants you to take assertive action. 5. Go for it. The Hierophant. It's pretty clear. The 5. The ego. Use your ego. Stop messing around. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I lost all my... Okay. Boy. All right. I'm gonna pull a few more cards, and then I'm gonna do a collective card pull. I'm gonna call this a night. So let's get Levi Jesse Gonzalez. I did a lot of female pulls tonight. It's really crazy, the female energy at this detox I'm doing. I do these Zoom conferences, and you know who shows up? All ladies. It's pretty interesting. That's not uncommon. The ladies want it more than the dudes. Detoxing, taking care of themselves. The guys just think it's going to happen, I guess. I don't know. I'll just put it off till tomorrow. It'll eventually happen. And the ladies are like, you're a dumbass. It's not going to, you got to take charge. Okay. You ladies know what's going on. You ladies kind of run the show. Levi Jesse Gonzalez. Let's pick a card for you. October 26th. 26. Levi. Wow, another. So this is the third time for the Ace of Swords coming out. The birth of new things. The birth of new things. So what's being birthed into your life? You can't go wrong. You just got to take the initial step. The Ace of Swords. And it's an idea. It's an idea that you're thinking about and you haven't maybe made the initial step of doing. What are you waiting for? Just do it. Just take the step. The Ace of Swords. It's typically a card of victory. That's why the crown's on top of the card, on top of the sword. The Ace of Spades, card 40, tied to the game of life. And if you need more information on that, Levi, just go type in Ace of Swords, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get what you need. All right. Let's get Hugo 130. Let's get Hugo 130. Okay. Hugo 130. What do we got for Hugo 130? I like the 130 that's tied to mind control, but I'm not saying you're being mind controlled, but I am saying it because we're all being mind controlled. But anyway, let's do the Hugo 130. I'm kind of curious, maybe it's your address or Hugo 130. You need a sign. Hugo's looking for a sign, ladies and gentlemen. See, we're going to give you a sign for sure. Are you ready, Hugo? Here we go. Here's your sign that you're looking for. Well, whatever sign you're looking for is going to be moving really quickly. So if you're like typically, again, you've heard me say this, the answer is in the question. So the sign you're looking for, you know what it's connected to. Just focus on, like, this is the thing that all of you right now, think about this, okay? What is I'm talking to every single buddy watching this right now, live and recorded, because it's timeless. In your life right now, besides Hugo, but this is for you, Hugo, what is the number one thing that you want to manifest in your life? What is it? So here's the exercise for that. If you really want to focus on it, get out a piece of paper. Here's like my decoding papers, right? Get out a piece of paper. Write out the top 10 things that you want in your life. Have fun with it. Go window shopping. Don't look at your bank account and say, okay, I gotta make the list based upon what I have right now. Frig all that crap. Write out your list of all the top 10 things you want in your life. Then circle your top 3. Then circle your number 1. What is your number one in your life right now? All of you have a number one. Just do the exercise. And for you, Hugo, this is the Chariot card. This is the card that is in the 7th position. It's owned by Libra and Venus and Saturn. Saturn more than anything, because Saturn, I feel, is the crown and it runs the 7th house, even though it's typically Venus and Libra. But this is about moving fast. This is about movement. This is about analyzing the movement. You got the yin yang on both sides. Analyzing the movement of your life. So you're looking for a sign, look for movement. What is the movement in your life, Hugo? What is the main movement in your life? And then you got to ask yourself, do I want to get on that ride? The main movement in your life, if you're at an amusement park, everybody's been to one probably. And then you're looking around and you're seeing all these rides. I've been on that one. That one's cool. Yeah, that one's all right. Yeah, that one was fun. You're looking for the ride that is going to take your breath away. Wow. Now that ride, I want to go on. That's the one, folks. And everybody here has the one ride. And when you focus on it, you're going to get fast movement with it. But you got to first analyze the park. You got to first analyze everything. You got to know what you're dealing with. And you see, life gets in the way. Life gets busy for all of us. And then next thing you know, the day goes by and you're like, I didn't even think today. I didn't even do any thinking. I didn't even look at the amusement park. I was on the ride all day. I was on the freaking ride all day. And I didn't get to eat. I didn't get to drink. I didn't get to go to the bathroom. Yeah, because you're too engrossed in the game, man. You're not in the now moment. So when this card comes up, it's typically fast moving because it's called the Chariot. But it's the number 7. 7 is the analyzer of life. So you got to analyze your amusement park and then figure out what ride you really, really want to get on. And then you better buckle up. All right? Christy, I have motion sickness. Well, I don't even know what that means, but I think it's funny. Okay. All right. So buckle up, Buttercup. Yeah. So I hope that helped you, Hugo. I hope this helped everybody tonight. I may have been spot on, dead on. Maybe for some of you, like, wow. Maybe for some of you, it's like, that Logan doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Well, it's okay, whatever. I don't claim to be the wizard of all wizards here. I'm just here to be the catalyst and have fun with this. I'm like a little kid, which I feel like that's what we have to be like. We have to be like little kids now. And not take life so seriously, you know. So if all of you here were to have an exercise of like, okay, let's all just take a step back here, and what would you do if you could go back to when you were 15 years old or 10 years old, and then make the decision on what would you choose to do? No responsibilities, no bills to pay. What would you choose to do? Well, I just want to go to the beach. Okay, so go to the beach then. Maybe you'll see the answer is usually in the question. And what we're doing as human beings, you're looking for signs. And what I mean by that is like signs of like if you have a song pop in your head That's a sign for you. Like, why am I singing this song? Because it's a sign. It's a sign from somewhere else that's downloaded in your brain and it's trying to tell you something. You know, you've got that like, you know, I just had the urge to call you on the phone. On the phone. I was just thinking about you. Maybe they just needed to hear from you. Okay. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more card, and then I'm going to do the community card pull. You guys are all going to love this. You're going to want to stick with this. All right, so let's do one more. Let's just cherry pick here. Billy. I like the word Billy. Billy S. I like that. I like your name, Billy. Billy S. I'm a cranky beast. You went to Disney World. I'm just. Some of you have some funny shit, man. If we could all just be kids again, man. Not care about what people think. Not trying to look good. It's just awesome. All right, let's get Billy S. The last personal card pull for tonight. I'm sorry if I didn't get to you. I didn't mean to do that. Just know that being authentic and raw with you, man. I there's so many people I get inundated. I get hundreds of comments, and there's just one of me. So if I didn't get to you, I apologize. So let's get Billy S. If you're still here, Billy S. I hope you are. And he's like, yeah, come on. Where's my card? Where's my card? All right, so we're going to get one for Billy S. And then I'm going to do the community card. I'm going to tell you the way I do that. You see, I'm coughing more. It's nighttime, so it's time for me to retire from this transmission. This great What's Your Question 39. But Billy S., you're up, brother. You're on the chopping block. Not the chopping block. I shouldn't say that. I don't know why that came into my mind. But Billy S., here we go for you. Billy S. What do we got for Billy S? Billy S. Billy Bob. Billy S. So we got this the second time we got this. Got the Nine of Cups. Now, Billy, this card is the card of not fortunate blessings. This is the card of all your wishes, hopes, dreams, and all your things being fulfilled. This is the card of Pandora's box. Pandora's box, the joke. We live in Pandora's box. This reality gets all its wishes, hopes, dreams fulfilled because this is the house. The house always wins. So I want you to treat this message as if you can't lose. Like the meme I said. Live life like your life is rigged in your favor. Live life like it's rigged in your favor. The Nine of Cups. Wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. It's kind of like you have the genie lamp and you're rubbing it and you're like, come on, genie, come out of the bottle, man. I need something. And I mean, imagine you had a genie lamp, Billy. Okay? Imagine you had a genie lamp. We got to use our imaginations now, coming from just a kid, just being a kid, believing in magic. And you hand the kid, say, inside this lantern, there's a genie. And when it pops out, it's going to ask you what you want for your wish. So you're rubbing it. And you know what's in there. And it's going to pop out. I say, hey, Billy, what's going on? Your wish is my command. So what do you want? You can have anything you want. What would that be for you? Well, I mean, this card is like the wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. So maybe something in your life right now is on track. Maybe you just feel it. Maybe you know it. Maybe there's something in business that's going to happen for you that, you know, you've put your blood, sweat, and tears into. Maybe you're going to get an inheritance. Maybe you're going to win a lottery ticket. Maybe you're going to win a new car on The Price is Right. I don't know. But this card right here is typically a card of your wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. So if nothing has happened, if you're looking at me like, no, my life is pretty stale right now. So I would encourage you to create your vision board. and go window shopping with no limitations. Because this card is a setup. It's like setting you up to tell you that your life's about to manifest. Right there. Now, maybe you've been putting some effort into, maybe you want to get married. Maybe you want to have a kid or family. Maybe you want to buy a house. Something of your wish, typically that's what this card means. So if you hit the lottery, I want half. Okay? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, that's what this card means. So I hope that this helps you. And if you need more information on this card, because this is just my interpretation, I'm just having fun. I'm being like a little kid tonight. I don't even know what I'm on. I guess I'm just high on life. But you want to go to Teach Me Tarot, 9 of Cups. Go to your favorite search engine, 9 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. And then get your information. And you're just looking for one little thing. Maybe I didn't tell you anything that resonated with you. But maybe I directed you to the website. You go to the website and you're like, aha, that really resonated with me. All right. So I hope that helps all of you tonight. That was my single card pulls. Now I'm going to get into the collective. All right. Oh, you like my little... Yeah, my little, my sun and my moon. And my cousin Sandra gave me this, my favorite cousin from Pasadena, California. She gave it to me as a gift. I don't know where she got it from, but yeah, that's really cool. It's my little ball. Okay. So, let's now move into the last part of this. What's your question, number 39? The most exciting time. And if you've waited around this long, thanks for sticking with me. We're now going to do the collective card pull. Now, if you're new to this, what is the collective card pull? Well, what I typically do, what I've been doing, and what I'll probably continue to do with this one, is we all think of something together collectively. And this is going to come down to your individual mindset. So even though we come collectively together, we're going to tie into the collective consciousness. We're going to tie into the source code. The source code is going to tell you whether or not you like to hear it or not, what's going to happen. And I'm going to do my best to interpret the cards. Typically do 3 cards. We do one on the backside. We do one in the middle. And then we do one at the top of the deck. So we could say that these are kind of like start, middle, end, past, present, future, that kind of stuff. And to me, the cards have always delivered. Okay? These cards have always delivered. Maybe my interpretation hasn't always delivered, but the cards have always delivered. So we're going to ask the great tarot to once again tell us the answer to our questions or what we're going to be thinking about. So I'm just going to, to make it easy, on everybody, I'm just going to make it, what's coming down the pike for all of us? What's coming down the pike for all of us? What's coming for our future days in life? We're gonna probably get the now moment as well, but like what's coming for us? And it may not be pretty, but you see the ugliness. There's beauty in the ugliness. I mean, we're coming on this reset. Whatever that means. And there could be a lot of deaths. I may die. You may die. But you see, if you've surpassed the fear of death, you've won. Because that's surpassing fear. You see? You want to surpass fear and go to the middle. Fear, love, neutrality. You want to just be slightly love in the middle so you can observe both sides. Okay? So what we want to do is we want to focus on what's coming down the pike for all of us. Not being attached to any outcomes. Not positive, not negative, not life, not death, not anything. Just what's coming down the pike for all of us. Collectively. Okay? So what I'm going to do, I am going to put on, actually, this is pretty good music here. So I'm going to just jack this music up a little bit. And I'm going to ask all of you to collectively, just you, whether you want to do like I do, I close my eyes, just focus on what's coming here? What's coming in life, man? What's coming for us? What do we have to look forward to moving into the next now moments of time? And what are the cards going to tell us? Okay, so I'm going to shuffle these. And I'm going to crank this up about 30 seconds. Just what do you think's coming? And I will encourage you to kind of erase and remind the news, the mainstream, all that garbage bullshit. Not that stuff. What do you want to have happen? Maybe you need to come to some resolutions with that. No judgments, just straight neutrality, slightly love, and what kind of outcomes are you looking for personally for you and your family and your loved ones and the global village called the world. All right. So let's just crank this music up. 30 seconds. I'll come back. So right now, just start thinking, folks. Let me shuffle this deck. We'll come right back. Okay. Here we go. All right. I'm going to cut these 3 ways. 2, 3. There we go. Okay. So I'm not going to cut the deck anymore. I'm not going to shuffle the deck anymore. Just checking out some of your comments. The music that I've been playing all night tonight is the great artist called Dream State Logic. Dream State Logic. It's my favorite artist for my background music and my presentations. I exclusively pretty much use Dream State Logic. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready? Here we go. Here we go. So, pick up my deck. And at the bottom of the deck, whoop, it's the 8 of Swords. Which is the 8 of Clubs, which is the World card, which is card 21. This is card number 30. Card 29 and 30. Tied to Yaldabaoth, tied to the Lightbringer, tied to Lucifer, tied to the Yod-Heh Vahe, the Tetragrammaton, the Demiurge. This is a card of fast movement. So let's keep that in mind. Fast movement. It's an air. Fast movement. What's moving fast? Let's go to the middle of the deck. the middle of the deck. I'm just going to tap this a little bit. Let's just get almost the middle. That looks good. Middle of the deck. Slide the card up. What do we have? Flip this around. We get the King of Wands. Folks, you know what this means? This is so I told, if you're a card reader in tarot, these card numbers, they alternate. So this is, if you use the Fool as card 0 and 22, this is card number 36, which is tied to the operating system. The ruler of the operating system. It's the King of Wands, King of Clubs. This is ruling the mental realm of this reality. This is also tied to the word simulation. The word simulation. The holographic universe we live in, this is the ruler of it. The one that runs it all with the mind. It's the King of Wands. That's the middle of it. So we now have these two. Something moving fast and having to do with the operating system of this reality. Now we need one last card to fill in the last gap, and that's on the back end of this deck. So here's the deck. Okay. Let's flip and now get the back card right here. What do we have? It's the Devil. So now it's complete. Here's what's coming, folks. I'm going to do my best to interpret this. The Devil means exit the game, but the Devil also means the game. The Devil runs this game. So we have the very fast-moving Eight of Wands. Something's moving very fast. The King of Wands in between that, which is the operating system, and then the Devil, which is the controller of the operating system. So does this mean that we are going to experience a brand new game? Does this mean that the game is about to change in a very short period of time? You see, I want to point out here that cryptocurrency is called blockchain technology. Blockchain technology. And what do you see right there in between those two male and females, and what is the Devil standing on? That's a block with chains. Blockchain technology. This card right here, make no mistake about it, represents cryptocurrency. So the way I see this with the interpretation of the cards and what they mean, things are moving quickly. Things are moving quickly. And what is being affected is the operating system. The king that runs the operating system. And the operating system is changing into blockchain technology. The game is about to change. That's what this means, folks. The game is about to change. That's what this means right here. The game's about to change. This is a serious card pull right here. Because I know what it means. Like I'm saying, this right there, the block and the chain are right on there. And you're talking about being tied to currency. I mean, what are you going to do without money, folks? See, people think money's so bad, but it's just currency. It's just a tool. That's all it is. And are we just moving into the quantum realm? Is the game changing by the king? Hail to the king. Is the king going to change the game? I think so. Now, there may be people graduating from this reality, maybe not having to experience that. Who knows? I guess we'll find out. But the cards have spoken. And it's, like I said, it's not a good or bad thing, folks. It just is. It just is. The other thing that I see is these total cards add up to the number 81, 30, 36, 66 plus 15, 81. So these add up to the number 81. 81 is pi. Pi, 81. The 81st element, if you watched my cannabis decoded, the 81 is tied to cannabis. It's called thallium. It's tied to the tree of knowledge. The tree of life is 80. The tree of knowledge is 81. 80 plus 81 is 161. That's the golden ratio. This is a total of 81 right here. So this could also mean, alternatively, is getting out of the game. Maybe. That's loose because I'm just adding up the numbers of the cards but this is the game changing without a shadow of a doubt. So you better get ready and not have any expectations. I'm not predicting jack. I'm just giving you my truths from all the research that I do, and I do more than the average bear. If you're somebody who hates crypto, I hate it, you're in the wrong headspace. If you're somebody who hates money, you're in the wrong headspace. I'll digress. I'm not even going to say wrong. You're in a lower frequency headspace. We should be rising up and standing in the middle to observe both sides. Nothing is good or bad. Everything just is. You're in this game until you die. So the best thing you can do is stop being pessimistic about life. Stop being the finger pointer. Stop blaming things. Stop trying to be right, trying to prove other people wrong. Stop all that garbage nonsense. That's not going to get you anywhere but feed the ego. You need to rise up the Kundalini and get out of the ego, at least get in your heart space to where you can look at both sides and be neutral about it. If you can't turn on social media and engage in posts where you're out there trying to be right, you shouldn't be engaging in the posts. I mean, I'm just as much as, look, I'm talking in the mirror when I say this. I'm not immune to this stuff. I face this stuff. I face it. My Rahu is in freaking Sagittarius, man. If you know what that means. And my Mars is there. So trust me, man, I'm faced with these challenges. It demands this from my life personally. That's why I'm animated and loud. I'm like, like Jordan. You know why Jordan from Waters Above Crypto is so good? Because he's calm. He's like this. Yeah, his voice is so soothing. That's not me. That's not me. I'm raw and visceral and loud and animated. I get passionate because that's the way I'm built. I'm not in this for a popularity contest. I'm not looking for fans. I'm not a guru. I'm not asking you to follow me. What I am suggesting is you got to be you. Stop giving your attention to other people's game. Take your power back. Focus on you. Focus on your game. Be the star in your own movie. Stop giving your energy to the mainstream. Stop talking about it. Stop having conversations about it. You want to change the world? Stop giving your energy to the things that are taking things that are building the world that you don't want it to build and be like. Like if you don't like the mainstream, stop giving it energy and building it. If you're going to talk about something, when you notice on my decodes, when I talk about stuff, I'm neutral. I'm not bashing. Just giving my truths. Don't care. Like I decoded the Vatican. The Vatican is owned by Yaldabaoth. That's my opinion. Don't care either way. I'm not going to change that. Much more powerful for it. What do you think? Little old me is going to change the Vatican by saying and breaking down the Vatican? They're going to do whatever they're going to do because that's their job. Obviously, their job is to be the force in religion. The number one religion in the world is ruled by the Vatican. I'm not going to change that. You're not going to change that. You know what's going to change it? The script. That's what's going to change it. And the script's already been written. So all you got to do is just look at your amusement park and say, I want to get on that ride. If we do have any free will, start choosing the rides you want to get on. My rides don't include the Vatican. My rides don't include religion. My rides don't include government. My rides don't include politics. Those are not even in my amusement park anymore. They're long gone. Now, when I look at those layers, I look at it the same way when I turn on a movie on Netflix or Amazon Prime. When I watch politics, if I do ever, I watch it like I'm watching Netflix. It's not real. It's not real. Because you catch yourself. You watch a movie and you're like, why am I angry? Because you're like, watch, yeah, go get him. And you're just like, and then I'm like, what am I doing? It's not even real. Why am I on the edge of my seat? Oh my God, she's gonna get killed. It's not even freaking real, man. You see how easy it is to be influenced by something that's not real? Are you prepared to look at something and say, that's bullshit? Jason Bashir says in 2027, he thinks this huge false flag's going to happen. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying he's the authoritative voice. He's got his opinion. I'm looking at 2026, 2027 to be something monumental, perhaps. And I say this loosely because I'm not big into predictions, but I think something could be coming down the pike with making a big move in this world for a control grab, perhaps. Don't fall for it, man. If you can't touch it, smell it, taste it, or feel it, if you can just see it or hear it, and that's all you can, if you can just rely on one of your senses and be like, well, I saw it on television. Somebody sent me a video of it. Do you know how many Photoshop things go around? People think, oh, look at this flying saucer in the background, and it was Photoshop, but they bought into it. I've shared stuff that was Photoshop that back in the day. I didn't know. I was duped. Now I'm very cautious. I'm the doubting Thomas. I own that. Prove it. Prove it, man. Don't just tell me. Don't regurgitate. I'm not into regurgitation. Prove it. Prove it, man. Let me see it. Let me touch it. All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining in tonight. It's been a real pleasure. Watergate's. These are, again, stuff's coming down the pike. You're going to see, this happened, and oh my God, this scandal happened. Folks, there's going to be so much dirty laundry. One pair of dirty underwear, pair of dirty socks, a dirty bra, dirty blouse. I got dirty clothes I wash every week. And guess what? There's no ending to it. Why? Because I wear clothes. There's no ending to dirty laundry on the world stage. There is no freaking end to it. You're going to have one, oh, now there's this mass shooting over here. Oh, then, okay, now there's this. Then there's this. And then you got to put your face diaper on. Then there's that. Then you got the, it's never freaking ending. I don't really live in that world anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Neither does Jordan. Neither does Jason from Archaics. The people that I really think have great minds. Disconnected from that world. They know it's there. But it's like, like right now, as we speak, right now, in this very moment in time, it's almost 3 a.m. here in central Mexico. So it's almost, there are people right now getting up to go to work at Walt Disney World in Florida right now. Getting ready to go on their shift. Preparing the amusement park for people to come in and families to come in and doing their safety checks. And well, I'm not there. So it's not part of my reality. But how am I, why would I ever say, no, that's not happening? Of course, there's people right now that are ready to go to work at Disney World in Florida. Right now, at this very moment. But not my world, because I'm not there. So the point is, ladies and gentlemen, there's always going to be something going on that's not part of your reality. And really all you got to do is tune in. And then it becomes part of your reality. And then you end up creating a symbiotic relationship with these realities. And I'm telling you right now, man, the more you're willing to cut from your life these relationships, the lighter you're going to be. Like, if you want to know what ignorance is bliss is, cut the static from your life. That's bliss. That's going to be your bliss. And whatever happens, whatever is going to happen, you ain't going to stop it. I ain't going to stop it. It's already scripted. Nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear. Just do what you got to do, man. Do your thing. Be happy, be constructive, create your vision boards, create your future. That's it. Can you go, I don't watch the news anymore. I don't. I got people send me stuff and I'm like, man, please don't send me that crap. I'm not into it anymore. It's just a movie that it's like name one movie that is off, you don't want to watch it. If you're a dude and you're married or you got a girlfriend and they want to watch, Gone with the Wind or, I don't know, some kind of love movie. They want to watch some romantic movie. And you want to watch some action movie. Who's gonna get the movie? If she has to bend to you, she may be like, all right, fine, I'll watch it. But then she's sitting through the movie and she's like this, not happy. But then maybe you give in and you're sitting there watching this romantic movie and you're bored. You're like, oh God, is this thing gonna end? So the point I'm trying to make here is it's being in that space. It's like your girlfriend asks you to watch some lovey-dovey soapy romance movie. And it's like death to you. That's how you should treat the news. It's like death. It's like, God, I don't want to watch that movie. I got to watch The Notebook for the 20th time. Seriously, we've watched it 50 times already. I'm just having fun, right? But treat it like that. The news is a parasite. And that's its job. I'm not saying, and it's not bad. It's just the job of the news. So people say, well, I'm being lied to. No, forget all that stuff. The job of the mainstream is to get you engrossed in that game. That's it. That's the agenda, the premise of the mainstream. It is designed to keep you engrossed in that game. So people are too focused on, they're lying. They're not telling me the truth. Stop paying attention to it. Doesn't matter what they're doing. If you stop paying attention to it, then there wouldn't be any lying to you anymore. What you call lying. So we just, to finish this, I did the podcast earlier with David and Santos over at the Syncretism Society. Please check it out. Syncretism Society podcast number 62. It was great, full of gems. And we talked about parasites in the body physically and getting rid of those. And we didn't talk a lot about what I wanted to, but I wanted David to talk because David was the host. David was the guest. And I wanted to give him the floor, but I really wanted to interject. And I'm like, the mental realm, what you see, what you hear. This is, parasites come in here. So you got to be on the up on what you listen to, what you watch. You got to pay attention to this stuff. Because there's parasites in the light. Just because parasites are typically physical and maybe I got parasites in my body and everybody's so fixated on getting rid of parasites. And I'm doing a parasitic cleanse like right now for the physical body. But what do you do for parasitic cleanses for your mental, your biofield? So you got to protect yourself. You can do the 5-pointed star as protection. But at the same time, you got to be the mainstream news. It's designed to draw you into that movie. And that movie is parasitic in nature because it needs your energy. It needs your energy. You're like, okay, we're going to be what is the mainstream news? The host. And then you become the parasite. You leech onto it and you feed off the host, and the host gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's how this reality works. Everything in this reality thrives off of one thing and one thing only. It's called acknowledgement. If no one acknowledges you, you're going to wilt away. That's why people they're addicted to their likes. They're addicted to their subscriber count. They're addicted to the comments. They're addicted to, that feels so good. Oh, you did such a great job. And they're addicted to their identity getting scratched, getting itched. They're addicted to the way they look because they need the attention. Because they're addicted to the external. Because maybe they don't feel good on the inside. These are all distractions, folks. And then you have life itself. If it wasn't challenging enough, you have a life to live. Some of you have, partners and husbands and wives and kids, and they're demanding your attention. And you got to pay attention to that. And you're like, oh man, if I had a family, this would be like family. It's family, man. It's just the family, man. Let's decode the family. I'm going to make my kid into a superhero. That's what I would do. If I was a dad, shit, my kid would be a freaking superhero. I'd be telling my kid, man, you could do this, you could do that. I'd be researching the hell out of my kid. All right. Anyways, I could keep going on and on. Ramble. I guess you guys got the point here. There's going to be, nobody's perfect and everything has its yin yang. So it's just a matter of how much you pay attention to. And then the biggest thing is to stay slightly love. Look at neutrality as the path to purity. Not hot or cold. Not what the church is going to tell you. I don't agree with what the church says. I think neutrality is what wins the game of life, if there is such a thing, to move into the next. I mean, theology says the eye of the needle, and Jesus said, you talked about the Christ and all that stuff. That says, that few will make it, because I think the game has a lot of attachments, and the attachments weigh you down. They weigh you down. You got to release all the attachments. You got to be bare, naked. That's challenging to do, I think, anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, that was a long one. I don't even know how long I've gone for. But I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. So, I had some porn bots in here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Saturn Day into Sunday. Appreciate YouTube. Appreciate all my technology, my Mac, my microphone, Rode, Logitech, my lights, my electricity. I'm grateful for everything around me. Sending you guys all a ton of love from the Caribbean side of Mexico. I hope all of you have a fantastic Sunday. I hope you were to get something and a takeaway from this. Those of you that got cards, I hope those helped you in your pursuit of where you're going to be going in life. Just remember what I pulled for those cards on the collective card pull, ladies and gentlemen. So as I say, that's all I got for tonight. So let's kind of end this with, let's see what I want to get here. What do I want to end this with? Well, let's do the great band Third Eye Blind, because why not? Why not? Third Eye Blind. Wish you'd step out from that ledge, my friend. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. I appreciate each and every one of you. Until next time, we will see you later.
Pain.